which is a blow up a little bit of what was provided in the staff report to kind of help our eyes a little bit. And what I decided to do was to peruse through and go through at least those items that were brought up by the mayor as items of policy and talk about those items that we're going to make an adjustment to. The other items, my proposed recommended action is none. And you can see that on there. So that column all the way to the right is the recommended action. So the first item I want to talk about is number 2 with regards to contaminated soil. Contaminated soils are not currently required to be shown on the plat, and the question was this: should we show contaminated soils on the plat? Now, new subdivisions, just for sake of requirement, they're required to mitigate those contaminated soils. So if we're strictly speaking, those soils shouldn't be on the plat when they're coming for a subdivision plat. It should be clean. But in such event, perhaps, that they're only proposing to do residential land use in some particular case, and they're not doing anything in some other part that is being platted, we can show that there's some contaminated soil. So that's my recommended action, is that we require the plat to show anything that's not required to be mitigated or that's actionable.
So a question on that, with mitigation, is that mitigation simply capping it, or is that mitigation removing?
Is it what? Excuse me.
Is the mitigation that's required for that on the plat, for it to be removed from the plat, is that simply capping it, or is that removal and taking to a site?
Depending on the land use.
Okay.
For residential specifically, that is not a mitigation measure.
So it has to be removed.
Correct.
If it's residential. I have some neighbors that have some contaminated soil, and they had fruit trees right next to their property line, and their property line is the end of the contaminated soil. So it's 5 feet from the fruit trees. My concern is that we're going to have residentials, individuals that think that their lot is fine when really the root system is going to go into contaminated soil. So that's the concern I have there, which is why I brought that up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your recommendation isn't entirely appropriate, and I would support it.
Great. The next one that I propose some action on is number 4. It states it may be required to add potential traffic increases due to other anticipated developments. Should this be shall? A little bit of background on that. That's the maybe is because whether or not there is a development to be had. And so certainly we can do shall, because it kind of implies if there's a development to be had that needs to be included, it'll be included. So that was a good feedback there. We'll make that adjustment. Number 7, payment design criteria require 20-year performance period design. I wanted to first state, so the question is, should we require more? The reason why it's at 20, that is a standard practice bar as far as the 20-year period. That's kind of a standard practice, but I do think it would be prudent to state that that's a minimum requirement, because we have seen some consultants propose something above that 20-year. So the 20-year minimum, I think, would be good to strengthen that just a little bit. Okay, number 9.
So you're just changing it to minimum. You're not changing it to 25.
That's
You're
correct.
just saying
Just a standard minimum.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
makes sense.
and maybe council members, just I can't quite hear you 100%. So when you're talking, maybe go right into that mic so I can hear you.
Got you.
Sherry, you might be the biggest culprit, but you're doing great otherwise. Thank you. Number 9.
I've been saying that a long time about Sherry. She's the biggest culprit.
It's not your fault. My wife tells me I don't hear very well to start off. I should qualify that. All right. So number 9, certain areas identified in EPA record of decision showed high arsenic and lead levels. Those are areas, have been identified, or are required to provide an environmental assessment area. So let's see, number 9. So that city code and procedures, I'm just going to read my notes if that's okay. The city code and procurement for contaminated soils have a more definitive language in the contaminated area, and this section can be modified to mirror that language. And adding to that, the area of anticipated contamination is approved by the EPA and is held and maintained by our GIS mapping system. So we got a pretty good handle on that, but what modification I want to make is that we're mirroring that policy and procedures as it's in that specific manual that says, hey, this is what we do when we come into contaminated soils. Okay, let's see. Number 10, Should soil remediation plans include potential impacts to surrounding properties? I think we're just going to add that item accordingly. I'm kind of flying through this. Are there any questions or anything there? Nope. Okay. All right, number 13, on page 4-33, it says protection strip
I think you
shouldn't-
skipped over number 11. Did you not? Number
Oh.
11?
Yes, so let's go back to number 11 then. So my recommended action there is that we leave it as currently written, but let's see here. Number 11, so the variation, let's just go to the top. So variations to onset intersections to be substantiated by the engineer of record and written approval of the city engineer. And should this require traffic committee approval as well? So let me just kind of read the notes. So the scope of the traffic committee is generally focused on existing condition deficiencies or concerns as opposed to proposed or new construction. New construction offsets should be based on a stamped traffic impact study and technical substantiation. So although the city engineer may consult with the traffic committee on new construction, I would recommend that we leave this section currently as written.
Okay.
Any thoughts or concerns there?
No, I would agree with that. I think our traffic committee's intent is to review those issues that come up once these are in place, but new design and those things, I think, are pretty clearly spelled out in the standards.
Yeah. And I should say, I do consult with them in rare cases on new construction, but a little more often on those existing conditions. All right, 13. Okay. Protection strips are not allowed unless otherwise approved by the city council and positive recommendation of the planning commission. I'm proposing remove that from the standards, and just so in the code it actually.
Can you just real quick, for those who might be paying attention, what is a protection strip?
A protection strip, I'm not going to get this definition very well, but
You might need to look at
we'll
Chase
give it
for
a
this one.
shot. Wait, yeah, Chase, you let me know if I get this wrong. But a protection strip might be any particular piece of property. Chase, I want your opinion on it. I'm going to let you go for it. I was going to go wrong. I was going to go down a bad path.
You're doing better than I will.
Am I? Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
If you want me to look up the actual definition right now.
Can I'm gonna, yeah, maybe we go there. Let me get to a particular case that we see this where it's not permitted. But there are other circumstances where this might be appropriate. But I don't necessarily think that that should be in the standards, and that should be something that perhaps city code should handle, and that's what I'm proposing. What I see that the code was trying to protect against is if you say there's a property that's being subdivided, there might be a property of a small strip maybe on the boundary or the sides to protect any surrounding developments to connect in without their consent. Or essentially using that as leverage to get that access granted.
So you would be saying, for example, if somebody who was dividing their property up and subdividing it took and created one parcel that was 5 feet by 500 feet long,
Right.
with the intent of using that to prevent neighboring development, or for making sure nobody could come onto their land or whatever, that would be an example of said protection strip.
And I think we promote connectivity, and so we're trying to do that. And so obviously, otherwise, if they go in without getting that property, it's a trespass, right? And so that's what we're trying to lead against. Now, there are other cases where it may not be called a protection strip, but it's very similar in nature, but it's allowing for, and it's an additional corridor perhaps for a roadway that is still owned by the developer that was originally owning that property. And then, so if there's an additional capacity needed because of another development, then they would engage with that current developer and kind of work out a negotiation on that impact.
Is there a better way of calling that, other than like calling that something different out as opposed to calling it?
And I don't even recall what it's called in city code.
Because to me, that sounds like corridor preservation, not protection.
Sure, yeah, and so for that reason, I'm proposing we take it out of the standards and we leave that to the code. Chase, did you have
Even
anything
a
else on there?
buffer zone or something
They're
like
also,
that.
yeah,
kinda
they're also
leads to
called
that.
buffer strips or conservation strips. The terminology can be toyed with as long as we get the definition correct.
Okay, Blake, did you have anything to add or subtract to? things that I've messed up already? He's he's not even here, I guess. All right. Okay.
I would just say that I agree with taking that out of the standard.
Okay.
And make it part of city code. I've seen this type of a thing be problematic,
Yeah.
primarily when it comes to like emergency access issues for, from one street to a building or a school, whatever it is. I've seen it become problematic, and again, I think it shouldn't be part of the standard.
And we'll remove that from any discretion of any city engineer. How about that?
That's appreciated.
Okay. 14. Okay, residential driveways shall not access arterial and major collectors. So should we also state this for minor collectors? So I'm just gonna read my notes. Minor collectors carry less volume and generally have slower design speeds, which poses less risk. However, it's not ideal to allow for residential driveways, but would significantly harm existing property owners if it was strictly prohibited. So there might be cases, and again, I want to make a mention that this is not the right turn itself, but the transition into the right. Oh, excuse me, I jumped to a total different item. Excuse me, but for residential or for minor collectors, there's a lot less inherent risk to that, and I would prefer to take that at a case by case where that risk may not be evident or obvious. And so we would prefer those be at a case by case. And so my proposed change would be that we would recommend the verbiage to state, let's see here, taking that at a case by case basis, because I think right now it's just allowing it, right? So we would say it's not otherwise allowed unless, of course, allowed by the city engineer.
I'm trying to think of the one up by the road that's up by the reservoir that is a collector, but all the houses faded.
Emmeline?
Emmeline,
Emmeline,
yes. Is that a major or minor?
I don't know off the top of my head. Bryce? It is a minor.
Okay, so that's a minor collector, and forever it's been a problem because we have driveways facing onto that particular road, and all the residents there feel like it should be a, residential road.
Yeah.
And everybody that drives through there feels like it should be a collector, and rightfully so. It was designed as a collector, and I know we've addressed part of the code to not allow development or properties to face the outside of a development, so they do have to face in now. So that should adjust a lot of that. But to me, I see that as, I see it as a, we know that it doesn't work. We have problems with
Yeah.
it. And so I might push back a little on that one and say, I would prefer that just be removed.
So Mayor, let me just give a couple of examples of minor collectors if it's helpful. 7300 West,
I was just gonna.
7530 Gina Road, and these are people who wouldn't otherwise be able to develop, right? And they would only be able to access off that particular road. And so I guess what I'm trying to do is, I think, technically, the risk is pretty low on those particular items, but I do like the idea, to your point, strengthening that it's not allowed, unless, of course, allowed by city engineer. But what I'm hearing from the council is making that a code policy. Is that something that goes to city code? Is that what I'm hearing, or maybe give me some feedback there?
I mean, that's for me almost, I would like it to, I would rather that not be a decision made by staff, rather a decision made by either the planning commission or by, for an exception, by the planning commission or by this body. That would be my preference. I think that removes staff from the equation of being put in an awful situation of doing something because it may make technical sense, but the residents would strongly oppose it. I'm looking for feedback on that, but that's my initial thought.
Care if I add 2 cents to it?
Please.
No.
So last week in Planning Commission, if you watched it, they had some lots that could have fronted onto 134 or onto some new roads that they were going to build. And the Planning Commission is usually really good at recognizing where this can happen and calling out at that time, these lots right here in this plan cannot face this road or can't front the road. So that process kind of does work already right now, but I was thinking of the Valhalla subdivision as it came in. There's one more lot that's not part of that subdivision that that will have to face 6600 West, which is a minor collector. And so there's no way for that lot to put a house in there, because it's like 2.5 acres, and they're only gonna have, you know, one house on that lot. They're going to have to face and come out on 66. There's no other way in or out for them. So there's a good reason to keep this exception in there, but those will all have to go to planning commission, and they'll have to vet out whether they can front or not. So they do a pretty good job.
So you're saying it has to go to planning commission anyways?
All the subdivisions do.
So if it has to go to planning commission, why can we not say that this should be, you know, it can be approved by planning commission?
I think that supports putting it in code and saying only allowed if approved by the planning commission.
That would make me more comfortable. Then again, please understand, I know I'm not the expert here, and so I'm not.
Yeah. Maybe something to preface this, it'd be really good, is you won't see pushback from me if you want this in code. I like that idea. I also, where I think something that you are navigating, we're all both navigating is, you know, how often do you want staff coming for these items as well? And so I think that if that's the direction, we can certainly,
On this particular item, that's my preference.
So-
What do you think?
So I have to chime in obviously too, because
yeah.
the flag lot ordinance I just discussed, right, is because we've developed a city and there's infill. You know, there's simply property owners that were there. I can name a few lots down my street that would be affected by this, because that's the only way that they could ever build a house on their property, is they're gonna face 7300 West. Many times, I can tell you 2 houses right now being built on 7300 West, they're gonna their drivers are gonna dump onto 7300 West, right? So it continues to be allowed, because that's just the nature of a city, that you didn't go, okay, here's our blank canvas, everything's gonna be perfect and we're never gonna have all these things. We have to figure out a way to continue to enable people who have property. And in my mind, if they have property, and I believe that the state even says this, they have a right to develop their property. We need to find a way to make it equitable for them to develop their property. And so if they're fronting that, and now you come in and say, sorry, you can never build anything on that, I think that will probably even open us up to lawsuits, as a matter of fact, because we're going to make rules that say we're going to take away all the value of your property because we're not going to allow you to develop it. So I just think that we should be very careful on saying, nope, you can't do that. I understand the safety concerns, and definitely understand them on a major collector. That definitely makes sense. But I think that the issues can be mitigated with the size, the width of the lot and clearance, and you can't put a fence up here, you know, types of things, so you can have visibility as they enter out onto the roadways.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that's why I would like it to go to the planning commission. Not saying that the planning commission
Sure.
can't approve it.
Sure.
It just needs to be approved through the planning commission. So for me, that's what the planning commission should be doing. They should be looking at that and mitigating that, not preventing it by any means, but looking at it and making sure that the risk is mitigated appropriately as possible. Sometimes there just won't be an option, but if it goes through that process, I'd be more comfortable
Sure.
than putting staff in the line of fire of having them make that decision.
No, I agree 100% on that. I'm not comfortable with it being said just approved by the city engineer, just because it makes one person responsible for that. And then you always open up the door for, oh, you like them, you didn't like me, those kinds of things. How come you approved it for them? How come you didn't approve it for me? Sorry, I'm talking away from my mic.
You're doing great. You're doing great.
But I think that that's really important, that you have a larger body.
Yeah.
And I always believe that at some point it should be able to come before the city council. If planning commission says no, and they still want to bring it to their elected body, they should have the right and opportunity to bring it to us to say, look, I know that they said no for ABC, but here's why we should, and then they should have the right to appeal it up to us if it comes to that point. But what do you guys feel about that?
I'm totally supportive of
Yeah,
that.
I'm comfortable with that.
So really, can I just take a stab at what I would change my recommendation to, is essentially everything what I've got written there, but changing city engineer to planning commission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Perfect. Okay. A few other items of consideration. And the last point here is just obviously recommending to proceed as outlined in the staff report, which really is what I'm just this guy, right? The 11 by 17 with that modification that we just discussed. And again, pointing out to bullet point number 1, which is every year we will come to you. Well, I don't know if the recurring period needs to be 1 year or 2, but anytime there's a change that's made, needs to go to the city council. So those would be brought up. Second point of a consideration is we discussed this deviation to the standard application. That is a relatively new procedure that we're utilizing currently. So it's not, although, you know, in a lot of these cases, as it states, even in the code where it says city engineer has that technical discretion, we're adding public works director. I took him out of the presentation, but I had a community development director as well as a signature onto that application for approval. Any thoughts or questions there? Okay.
Sorry, I'll let you finish. You keep going.
All right. So I deleted the slide, I think. Oh, no, you know, that's not true. I have it in the staff report, and I explained just a little bit that there was a conversation had with the fire marshal. We solicited some comment from the fire marshal on the new standards, and just kind of getting some feelers out there on, you know, not just UFA, but also other partners and whatnot. And so he replied back with some concerns. And the concern is specific to roadway widths. And I thought the best place for me to start to best verbalize that concern is at least talk about what the UFA requirements are, and should point out before I get started, he is not stating that we need to conform to the allowing these minimums that he's got on here. I just wanted to first state these are the UFA bare minimum requirements. So anything less than 20 feet drivable width is not allowed. So then from 20 feet to just up to and short of 26 drivable drivable widths, fire hydrants are not allowed, and parking is restricted on both sides. Now, it sounds a little weird, but the reason why that's the case is the fire hydrant requirement for structures still exists. So they've got to put the fire hydrant somewhere. They just can't, at this point, put it on anything that's in between the 20 and 26 feet, because they have potentially riggers that need to get down and need space to place it, and they would have to hook to fire hydrants. So they've got to apply the same amount of fire hydrants somewhere else. They would have to place it on these next 2 bullet points, which is anything between 26 feet and 32 feet of drivable width. Fire hydrants would be allowed, but parking would be restricted to one side. Now, backing up to the one prior, the parking is restricted on both sides for anything 20 to 26. Now, when you get to the point where when you're at 32 feet drivable width, the fire hydrants are allowed and parking is not restricted on both sides. So again, this is UFA's requirement. Now, the fire marshal expressed concern specifically to 2 particular standards as they pertain to roadway widths as follows. 4.05.05 states, private roadways shall be designed and constructed to the same standards as public street with cross-section pavement. I'm just getting my staff notes out, or staff report notes out here. And then the second one is for emergency vehicular purposes, all residential units shall be accessible and addressed off a roadway that conforms to the city roadway cross-section, which implies that currently, the way the standard currently sits, that all units for residential would have to be addressed off of something that requires a minimum drivable width of 32 feet. That 32 feet, the reason why I state that is I'm showing you the smallest cross-section that exists in the standards, which is the 53-foot right-of-way. That 32 feet is from face of curb to face of curb. And so what you're seeing up here on that slide shows 28 feet of asphalt. It actually represents 32 feet of drivable width. So that's 2 feet of gutter pan on each side. So I'm just reading from the staff report. So he iterated that Harriman City's standard does not need to conform to or allow the 20-foot roadways for residential access as a minimum, but rather he expressed that requiring 32 feet minimum may be perceived as unnecessarily onerous by the development community when lesser widths may provide adequate emergency access to residential units. And in speaking with him in additional length, specifically with regards to this, okay, perfect. I'm proposing this adjustment to the standard as it's written and proposed, that public streets shall conform to the Harriman City standard roadway widths. So if it's a public street, it would require 32 feet of drivable width. However, for private roads, we would require a minimum drivable width of 26 feet and conforming to all UFA requirements for something, outside of that. And then including a separate designated paved pedestrian walk path to all dwelling structures along the road. And then all residential units would have to be accessible and addressed off of a roadway that conforms to a public or private roadway, as described above. Now, what I'm not stating is that there's also alleys that can be utilized. Now, there's requirements specific to alleys. Now, alleys are not something that can be addressed off of based on this proposed standard. Any questions on that?
So this would be the no parking only on one side, right?
This would not, so for a private road, the private road requirements, Sherry, is that your question?
Well, yeah, and when your one slide, you said anything that was 26 foot of
Yeah.
drivable width, they could only park on one side of the road. This
Correct.
would apply
You're-
in the same thing, right?
You're right. So if they have a minimum of, if they have 26 feet or more, and then less than 32, they require no parking on one side.
How wide is a standard fire truck?
Say that again.
How wide is a standard fire truck?
Oh, most of them are they're between 8 and 9 feet wide.
A fire truck is 8 and 9 feet wide?
But that doesn't include, obviously, their outriggers for any of the aerials or workable space around them. Jonathan, question I have for you is there anywhere in the standard that, when you're talking drivable width, is there any place in the standard that differentiates between a private road and a private drive that still has to conform to some of these minimum widths, such as on a flag lot? Is there any differentiation in there in terms of how one is categorized? If we got something that's going to, a flag lot that has 2 or 3 homes that access off of it in the rear, there still has to be a standard that those conform to, though this, and again, if you're going to consider a private road that goes back to those, you're going to run into, I think, to some issues in terms of how this is worded and applies to those that is more in lines of a private drive, but still has to have, when certain length comes into play, there's still obviously fire hydrant requirements, turnaround requirements, clear travel width requirements, those types of things.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to attempt to address it. And I think, just keep an eye on me, and if there's any related questions after, please hold me accountable to that. But I'm going to have Blake and Chase keep an eye on me here. But a few back things that should be understood is that currently a subdivision is not allowed to have private roads unless, of course, they do a planned unit development. And so they would have to have a public roadway if it's a single-family residential. Blake, am I saying this right?
PUD.
15 acres minimum. So so what I'm trying to do is now differentiate between a subdivision and now something similar to like a flag lot, which are, anyway, I'm going to talk to that as well. But so a public roadway would be needed unless, of course, it's in a PUD. And so then that particular item, it kind of addresses a little bit of that question a little bit. But now for say a flag lot, the current requirement is a 20-foot minimum width, which essentially complies with the alley requirement, but it's still addressed off of the road.
The public road.
Correct, yes. The road that it's tying into, yep.
So is the reason the recommendation is 26 feet on private roads simply because that's the information that came from the fire department?
That's a fair question. 26 feet drivable width on a private roadway. This is a bit of a calculation, I would say, from the engineering department, and I would like to explain that just a little bit. The scenario that I have been specifically concerned about is that if you have parking on one side, any parking restriction that you require essentially requires that uniformity to that requirement. Now, the easiest engineered solution is you make it just wide enough so that you don't have that probability of someone parking on both sides and not being able to get through. Now, the calculated risk is if you,
Isn't that 32 feet?
32 feet for the minimum
So then why
on a
is the
public roadway.
If that's the best way to address it, why is the recommendation 26 feet?
And I'll restate this. So well, let me finish my point, and then I'll get to
I'm
that.
just
No,
trying to understand.
no, you're good. So the other thought is then if you have on one side as opposed to both sides, you're mitigating a little bit of that risk, and you have a little more of a. You're not playing around too much with people conforming with no parking, but if you allow it on both sides, you're playing around with that risk quite a bit. Now, I should say that in my conversation with UFA, to your point, that is, they are sensing from the development community some pushback on the requirement to ensuring that public roadways and private roadways require that no parking stipulation, which would imply the 32-foot minimum width. I don't know if I'm communicating that very well, but again, just to iterate that point that was made in my conversation is he expressly, he expressed that requiring a 32 feet minimum may be perceived as unnecessarily onerous by the development community when lesser widths may provide adequate emergency access to residential units.
So.
And that's specific to the 32.
Yeah, so in my opinion, and as a voting member of this body, I believe that that private roads should be this should be the same with the exception of 26 feet should be 32 feet. The reason I believe that is because that it mitigates the risk of having somebody parking where they shouldn't be, which residents will do. I mean, let's just be honest about it. You can say you can't park on that side of the street all you want, and they're gonna do it anyways. So in order to protect the public safety, I think it would be better for us as a body to set that at 32 feet, especially since it is simply a suggestion from the fire department that are not the developers, that we go with 32 feet and that if we need to address that at a future time, we can. But I would rather set the conservative standard of 32 to ensure the safety of our community versus going off of a recommendation, what somebody thinks somebody else might feel. And that's I have a hard time with the fire authority saying what developers want. And it's not that that's not true. It's not that I don't believe them. I believe that we need to stay with 32. And just the drivable width, 32 feet, and then we've got to figure out, the other requirements as well.
Maybe we should have a little more discussion on that, just because I kind of feel a little bit different, just because I feel like if UFA, which is the safety aspect of it, is fine with the 26, then it's hard for me to argue against being fine with the 26 if that's their position. And I understand the caveat they said as far as the engineers, but, I mean, not the engineers, but the developers, but I don't think that they would have given that language if they felt 26 was not safe.
I'm sorry, was that their recommendation was 26 feet, or was their preferred 32, but 26 is recommended because there's developer pressure? That's an honest question. I'm not trying to lead you here. I'm trying to understand what the situation was.
So if I'm being candid with the response, I would say the latter, but I would add that this was a proposal from the Harriman City Engineering Department. And that there is, and I should state this, there are one other option that I haven't brought up, and I think I already know the answer to that, but in surrounding communities of which I've polled and talked with, they do have public roadway cross-sections that are somewhere between that 32 and 26 feet width. in asphalt to allow for that particular condition.
I mean, I think you know where I stand on this.
Yeah,
You know.
and if I can add just a couple more points to the conversation with UFA, and I don't, maybe I'm talking too much here, but it will allow you guys to maybe talk just a little bit more, but that is, you know, there's a difference, well, I think I'll just leave it there, if that's okay.
Yeah, I guess, and I understand your point completely, but I guess I would just want to research that a little bit more myself, because there obviously is a UFA standard. I mean, not a UFA, but there's a fire code standard that's going to give us a width. What's the fire code standard?
What is the fire code
Yeah,
standard?
sorry, what is the fire code standard?
Which, it-
What is the emergency access standards? Or is it
Sorry.
just that?
well, you're now gonna kind of get out of my understanding a little bit, and would rather not speak for them, but this is far, you know, this is what I know is their UFA requirement currently as it pertains to roadway widths at least.
So that's, I would just like to find that answer first, just so I understand, because obviously that's well-researched by them to try and figure out what's their minimum standard. And I'm not suggesting that everything we should do should be the minimum, but I would like to understand where that minimum
I'll just tell you that the fire code does not try and delve into city engineering codes and specify that. Literally, the fire code says that you have to have a minimum of a 20-foot all-weather driving surface
Okay.
for access. That's how it's spelled out. But again, that doesn't get into the realm of addressing what a city street cross-section should look like and how the parking, it should be enforced on that. It simply says, for fire department access, 20-foot minimum, all-weather driving surface.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks, Clint.
So what I'm hearing is, this is something to come, again, specifically to this item.
Well, yeah,
No,
it is,
You know, it's a double-edged sword, obviously, you know, because
Yep.
to the mayor's point, you know, if you're talking about, there's a lot more enforcement and signage and all those things that have to take place if somebody goes with a private road at 26 feet that only allows for parking on one side. And the fact of the matter is that's not always going to be adhered to. So it is a double-edged sword because then we know that the city will get the complaints about it regardless of the fact that it's a private road.
And we'll have the police officers out there mitigating it, just
So,
like they do now.
but the other sharp edge is going to be the fact that saying that you have to have a 32 for a private, there's going to be some pushback again because, and they're not going to talk about the parking issue side of it because that becomes a city enforcement or an emergency access issue. So it really is a double-edged sword and it's a challenging one no matter where you're at to deal with.
yeah.
That is a good point of clarification. This presentation does not address the parking specifically.
Yep.
And I think my concern for the 32 is not about the parking, it's about the access. It's about, for me, it's about making sure fire trucks can get in and through and ambulances can get around. Having seen the situations we've had that I've mentioned before, so I won't go into them again. I think that it would behoove us on this specific item to bring it back at least one more time. That way we can get some more input from Councilman Shields as well as Councilman Henderson. And I would ask that staff maybe get a little bit of clarification from UFA. I would prefer that they provide us with their recommendation and not their opinion of developers, because I think that that's not necessarily where they should be. That's this body's job to do, and theirs is to recommend what is safe and what is recommended to keep our residents most safe. And so that's mostly what I'm looking for from them. I don't know if Sherry feels.
No, I
differently.
agree. Yeah, I agree.
So I'd like to know what their actual recommendation is if we could have what we would, I don't want to say, I want their actual recommendation. I don't want what they think they can get through because that'll keep people happy. Does that make sense? I want to know what the right thing is, not what the easy thing is. And then we can bring it back in a few weeks and get that addressed with the other members of this body so they can have some input as well.
Okay. I know we've talked a lot, but I maybe there's other items that you have. Anything else at this
is
time?
great, Jonathan, appreciate it.
On item 15, you said the engineering department will take a close look at this distance to ensure it is adequate and make any adjustments if necessary. what's the plan and process, or what's the expectation of that process? Or,
Just trying to catch up to speed with you, Mayor. What number again? Sorry.
item 15.
Oh, mm-hmm.
I'm
Oh,
just,
so, okay.
is that just it's probably okay, and we're gonna look at it, or is that
That's a good
no, we need to
clarification.
actually look at it, and there will probably be a change. And there's not a right answer. Please don't assume that I think I know what I'm talking about, because this is absolutely not my field. But I just want to understand if we're looking at that coming back.
No,
and
you're,
saying
you're,
there's
you're just
something
fine.
different.
So what I was just gonna state here is, that actually was not a proposed change in the update. That is essentially something that was coming from the last standard. This is, and I should also state that in general, a lot of the things that we're getting questions on currently are not proposed changes. So I guess with this particular item is that 20 feet was there, and we moved it to this one and haven't specifically checked that. So what I'm saying is, there's technical background behind it. We'll step back and we'll check that, and we'll see if it needs to stay to the 20, or does it need to go to 25, or does it need to go to 30, and we can make that adjustment. I guess what I'm putting us on the hook for is, maybe it's a good point that we just need to take a look at.
I do want to say thank you. I saw the look on your face when I walked in with my revisions, and you were a little taken back at first, but you've run with them, and I think there are lots of great suggestions. I did sit down with staff last week and went over a lot of the questions and concerns. A lot of it was just questions of me not understanding. And they were able to provide me a lot of insight, and I very much appreciate it. And the amount of work that staff has gone into get this updated and into a modern format is extremely appreciated. And as a general rule, unless I stated otherwise, specifically with that one item, I am support of the recommended changes that you guys have set forth.
Great, thank you. Just my last question for you, Mayor. Did you get through your?
I got
Your orange
through
books.
most of it. I will say I have very few changes on the standards because that's not my wheelhouse. The policy stuff I was all into, but this stuff is,
All right.
I don't know any better on how
Yeah,
wide an irrigation
exactly.
valve we should be using for that footage.
Exactly.
So,
Thank you.
Some of it was a little glossy.
Thank you.
thank you very much. Any further questions or discussion on this? Okay, awesome. We will move on to item 2.2, discussion of fire station number 103. Monty? And I believe Chief Burchett is here as well.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to pop this off so you can hear me. So as you're all aware, recently we opted to leave the UFSA. Along with that, as of November 25th, I believe it is, we now own Station 123. So let me give you a little history before we start into this of Station 123. Okay, the building was built in 1978. You can see on the front of the building above the middle bay door, there's a seam in the roof. That was the original building. In 1985, they had an addition onto it. And I'm almost positive they had another addition since then on the living quarters. And so let's take a look inside the building. Okay, if you take a look at the picture on the left, that's the common living area, right? You have the kitchen, work area. You have the area behind that, the living area. And then off to the right, you can see the white fridge, and that's the nook. So now if you look at the top right picture, that's looking into the kitchen. And then down in the bottom right corner, that's the hallway going in. You notice that they've got cabinets and that in there for additional storage space since the building's rather small. And then the picture to the left of that one, or the center bottom, that's one of the living quarters for one of the firefighters. Okay. Couple of things to make note is, back when this building was originally built in '78, It was basically just the apparatus garage. It housed even when I moved out here in the early 90s, it was still a volunteer fire department. And Clint, you might know better than I do, but correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a fire in a house structure on the other side of Rose Creek right after that raised quite a bit of question on the volunteer fire side. If I remember right, we lost 2 of the children in the fire. They perished in the fire, and that prompted them the county at the time, to take a look at reevaluating the services out here, and they added some additional space in there and put a full-time crew at the fire station. But as you can see, the fire station from the original picture and that really wasn't designed or built to nowadays standards. And so we went over and took a look at the building. We did an inspection on it, and we're gonna show you some of the issues that we've had. Along with that, I've asked Chief Burchett to come talk about some of that. They have a little more intimate knowledge of that building. Chief Widdowson also.
We can just actually go back to that one. I don't want to mess this up. You better do it.
No. Okay. That one?
Well, that was easy. Yeah, that's perfect. Good evening, council, mayor. It's good to be here. So, oh, man.
You can take it off.
So I'm just going to speak to the living quarters itself and really the living situation there over the course of my tenure there and what that's looked like. And Councilmember Smith, you have pretty good background information on this. You've spent some time in that station. So both myself and Chief Burchett spent a lot of years in this station, me personally 10 years here. So just speaking to the general living situation of this station, like Monty said, it was never really built to house what we have now to meet our operational needs. This is a volunteer fire station originally and has evolved over the course of these some 40 years to what it is now. There's been some operational changes that has required some remodeling that's inside, and a lot of that has been done either by the crews or by some capital repairs from our organization. Some of those are increasing in our staffing. Well, really going from to a full-time staff, 24/7, creating some bedroom space for those personnel, and then increasing our personnel to four-handed required some remodeling as well. Some of those bedrooms that were originally built didn't have even windows in them, so there wasn't a secondary means of egress. So probably in the last 10 or 12 years, that's been added as well. And in fact, Monty's going to speak to some of those issues with the windows. But even as basic as not having a secondary means of egress for our folks, this didn't meet that particular need.
You're saying that the fire station doesn't meet fire code?
I am not saying that, sir.
Okay,
It does now.
okay. All
So this was an adjustment, and the reasoning behind asking for that capital repair was to meet code and really for safety of our personnel, right? It makes sense. So yeah, so making some of those adjustments, and then really again, just the overarching view of this is that it really wasn't built to meet our current operational needs here in Harriman City. The crews have done a really good job in doing some remodeling themselves, doing some more or less Band-Aid type repairs within the station itself, and making it functional for the operational needs and some comfort within the station for 48-hour shifts. Like Monty mentioned, there's some things here like the cabinet intruding into the hallway space, into that egress area. The kitchen space is small and cramped, living quarters in general, and just really that bedroom space is all you couldn't put some sheetrock there and actually have 2 beds on either side of that partition wall, because an extra thing of sheetrock wouldn't allow that twin bed to fit. So some of that stuff is just been evolved based on the needs of the station and the needs of the personnel, just to make that work. We have focused heavily on doing our best to improve the look of it and that operational need of the station, even within the bay areas, and facilitate our quick responses to our 911 calls. So some of that stuff would be, painting the bay doors. The crews painted the bay doors and that Connex box out there to make it look decent, and general upkeep. Some minor plumbing repairs that the crews have done to make that work. And Monty, again, will go into some of those deeper issues with that stuff that's not something the crews on duty could actually handle. But that's in general what the crews have been doing, not neglecting any of those issues that are that they can handle. They've been handling those, but some of these deeper issues that the rest of the panel will discuss here, they're unable to do a lot of that stuff. So any questions for me before I pass it on to Chief Burchett? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's good to see you guys again. It's been a while. It's nice to be here in person finally. So I'll just kind of reiterate some of what's already been said and add a couple more points. But the biggest thing here was that this station was identified to be replaced about 5 years ago. And with our project moving forward now with UFSA, the station construction project, this was one of the stations that was going to be rebuilt. So because of that, there weren't a ton of costly repairs done. We fixed stuff if it was broken and made sure it wasn't going to cost more, but we didn't want to dump a lot of money into it knowing it was going to be replaced in the short future. So with that, we also did not include this station in our seismic evaluation. We did an evaluation of all of our stations and applied for a grant through FEMA and got money to do some seismic retrofits, and 123 was included in that, but station 123 was not, or 103 was not. The engineer drove by it and took a couple pictures and said, nope, that's not real safe. So that's about the extent of the seismic safety that we know of it. But because of all of those things, we really just didn't dump a lot of money into this. So with Monty and our logistics team, we've identified a number of things that would need to be fixed or upgraded to make it a more comfortable living space. And he's going to go through all of those. But really, he's done a great job in really digging in and getting bids and itemizing everything out nicely. But that's all I really have, is just to mention that it was going to get replaced. We fixed stuff as it broke, but we really didn't want to put more money into it knowing it was going to get replaced. Any questions I can answer?
Not so far, Chief. Thank you.
Okay, so like the Chief said, we met over there. We took a good tour of the building. We got a few pictures so we can show you some interesting things. But let's go ahead and dive into the list of items that we came up with. So the air ducts and HVAC system, there's issues in those. One of the biggest issues is when that building was constructed, back then they used to use construction voids for ventilation, and so a lot of those vents come through the flooring, through the crawl space. Along with that, you have dirt, other contaminants that are in there, and so those guys are breathing whatever that system's running through there. The insulation and adequate or lack of insulation also causes to that, or adds to that problem, because the furnace and that runs all the time. The windows are leaking. They don't have screens on them. The kitchen is in disrepair. The cabinets are literally falling apart. And I got to reiterate, it's not so much a problem that things are where they're at. It's just a matter of a 40-something-year-old building that was never really designed for this. You kind of run into this over that time, right? Building codes back then were a lot different than what they are now. The appliances in the kitchen are starting to have issues, so they would need to be replaced soon. The plumbing is failing. We'll go into some more better photographs and things like that to describe that. The carpet's pretty well worn out. Floor transitions are uneven, and some of them have some slight tripping hazards. The bay doors need to be painted on the outside. You could see from the front page, they're pretty oxidized. And one of the big problems with the building is like they mentioned, it does not meet seismic requirements. Okay, so moving inside the building, the middle picture is the utility room. It's got a standard residential style furnace and hot water heater. And if you can picture, that picture was right at the door, so what you see is as big as that room is. The ventilation system, like I said, is run through the floor. You notice that the window sills are broke, and in the right picture, you can see around the edges of that window the residue and the signs that it is leaking water into the building, and so that's a problem. Moving into the kitchen, the cabinets, if you look in the picture on the right, you'll see the kick plate under the dishwasher is missing. The cabinet drawers are falling off.
Is that a mouse trap?
Yes. On the left, you'll also notice the kick plate. It's kind of hard to see, but if you go to the right side into the angled corner of the range, you'll see there's a kick plate that's missing under there also. And those kick plates missing, they pose a problem because that's a nice route for rodents to travel. And if you notice right next to the range, there's another rodent trap. Okay, the plumbing. One of the problems they have is they mentioned to us that the urinal is mounted a little high, and so they have problems with that. The toilet on the other side, you'll notice it is super low. Not sure who their plumber was at the time. The sink on the bottom left-hand corner, it had water in it, and we watched for it to drain, and it wouldn't drain. The showers are constantly leaking. So we contracted a company, a plumbing and HVAC company, to come out and take a look at it and get us an evaluation. We had the drains cameraed, and these next two pictures are pictures from inside the drains. The one on the left, they made it down 4.5 feet, and it was plugged up so bad they couldn't get the camera to go down it. The one on the right gives you a really good illustration of the cast iron or the old galvanized pipes that are in there. They're basically rotting, and all that scaling that is coming off there, you can kind of see that it's, the drainage system in there is way old, way outdated, and it's failing. Okay, moving out into the apparatus bay, because of lack of room in the living quarters, they have their washing machines and dryers out here for their clothes. One of the problems is the drain from those machines is dropping into the bay drain, the floor drain. Those bay floor drains are also plugged up. They couldn't get a camera down those. Another bad thing that's out there is they get a really bad sewer odor coming back from those drains. Matter of fact, if you look down in the bottom left-hand picture, you'll see a rubber mat over the floor drain, and they've done that to try to prevent the smell from coming back up in that they have to live with. You can see on the bottom right-hand corner, the insulation in the garage doors is way old. It's just coming apart. Okay, and then a couple other items that we noticed as we were walking around. You'll notice the ceiling tile has stains on it. Those were evident throughout the building, so we have quite a few roof leaks. The picture on the far left and the Connex, that's the inside of that Connex. So lack of storage, they've had to drop a Connex there to be able to keep some of their items in, and it's stacked completely full. The picture on the far right is, this is just one spot, but there were quite a few spots where the mortar on the brick is starting to deteriorate, and so we're starting to lose brick off the building. So moving into some of the repair estimates, we had, like I said, an HVAC company come out, take a look at it. They estimated to be able to solve the problem of the ventilation running through the floors, they would have to do exposed ventilation through the ceiling. And then they would have to add 2 more furnaces and 2 more air conditioning units. with all that work, you're looking at just shy of $54,000 to retrofit that building. Window replacement, we just had, it was kind of hard to get some of the guys to come out and even give us bids. So we gave them a number of windows and sizes, and they gave us a price of $3,710. My concern is that some of those bids like that, when they get out here and actually look at the building, they may realize that they underbid it. Kitchen cabinets, we estimated we can purchase kitchen cabinets for that kitchen for about $10,000. We may end up installing them at that price. And that countertops, I don't believe are in that bid. Appliances, we can pick up a new fridge, range, and dishwasher and a hood for about $5,200. Those would basically just be residential grade down here at Home Depot. Plumbing repairs. This is the same company that came out and cameraed the drain system. They came back at just shy of $19,000.
Is that to replace?
What's that?
Is that to replace the plumbing?
So, yeah, let me take and read some of their comments in their bid. So they stated that the drains in the building to the bathroom and break room area, which I assume is the kitchen, are of cast iron and galvanized piping. Piping is showing buildup and cast iron scaling. Recommended that they descale and jet the drains to clean them thoroughly. After cleaning, a better assessment can be made as to if the drains need to be replaced. The guy that cameraed it, he said he was concerned that the high pressure from the jetting will probably blow holes in those drains. So this $19,000 does not include replacing those drains. The drain boxes in the shop or out in the apparatus bay are plugged with grease and buildup. Recommended jetting and vacuuming to clean the boxes and the discharge line. After cleaning the discharge line, we can then camera inspect to determine if the drain repair is needed in that area. Washing machine drains into the box, which could cause some of the sewer smell and buildup. We recommend rerouting that washer drain to the sewer line and add a sewer injector system to it to be able to pump it because of elevation. The sewer lateral has been replaced at some point. It is of SDR 35 plastic piping, and the exterior of the building, from the exterior of the building to the manhole in the street, and that pipe appears to be in good condition. Although the connection point between the building and that pipe is a real problem. They said that the transition from the plumbing coming from the building to the sewer lateral, there's problems with that, and that would need to be repaired, and they're recommending the transition be repaired and a double sweep clean out be installed. That bid does include the double clean out and also rerouting the washing machines to the sewer system. But you can see from their comments in their bid, I'm a little apprehensive to believe that $19,000 is going to cover that. Painting, we had a carpet company take a look at it. They said the big section in the kitchen area is all tile, so just to replace the carpet in the rest of the area, they said about $6,250 would cover that. We had a local guy that we had seal the pergola out here. He gave us a bid of $1,200 to paint the exterior of those garage doors back red. So we're looking at this estimate right around $100,000. And one thing that I want to mention is that these repairs should not be considered a long-term solution. These repairs would basically Band-Aid it and make it livable for a short time. And it does not correct the problem of the seismic requirements, right? We do have other options. One of the other options would be the same direction that UFA was considering in the beginning, and that is possible replacement or new construction of that building. Looking at the space and the inadequacy of it serving the purpose, I would have to lean towards recommending the same thing. And then also, Chief Burchett talked to us a little bit about some of the studies that they had been doing concerning all of the stations in the area and locations. And so I mentioned Dark Horse Study, and if he wouldn't mind stepping up and kind of just giving you a quick overview of what that tells us.
Yeah, so what he was referring to is the Dark Horse Study. UFSA purchased a software program that really helped identify where the stations were going and validate the places that we were deciding to rebuild. I plugged both of these properties into that software, and there's really a very small percentage difference in the next 50 years as to where those two stations are. So we had a good meeting with Wendy and the group, and it's really, at this point, from an operational standpoint, it doesn't really matter in either of those locations because they're so close. Looking 50 years out down the line, which is what the software does, it gives you a percentage of performance, essentially. So how well you're going to perform meeting your standard based on the location of the station. And like I said, with both of these, it's within a 0.5% difference or something. So I think moving forward, whatever space works better for your planning purposes, it's going to be operationally just fine for us.
Is that the one that's there in the middle on Rosecrest Road? Is that the one that would be proposed for the Public Works yard?
Yes.
That is the Public Works facility, yeah. And then the other property is the one that was purchased and given and deeded back to Harriman.
So we own that other property.
Yes.
The Public Works site, we're still in the process of paying that off, but we do have control of both those properties.
So sorry, I don't know who to ask this question to, but it didn't address the storage issue or the sleeping issues or anything like that. What's the solution for the storage issues so you don't have a cabinet in your hallway? Is there a budgeted solution for the storage issue?
So the current location, they've already taken up a good portion of their parking lot in the back with that Connex. There's really not a good solution over there for long-term for storage or that. The cost estimates that we gave you was just to try to correct some of the problems that we're having with them immediately. And looking at the property and everything around it, the size of the building, what could possibly be done over there. That's why I have to say I'd have to lean towards that we need to replace that station. And
Sure.
we need to probably start looking at some future plans.
Sure. And I don't disagree. I think that we've known that for a while, that 103 needed to be replaced for seismic things, if nothing else. But I just question what's the time frame on how far does $100,000 get us? How well does it solve your immediate problems? How good of a bandage is it on your hemorrhage?
I mean, I see them coming in and jetting these pipes. I'm looking at those pictures of those pipes. I'm seeing them coming in, and immediately we have an additional $50,000 to replace pipes immediately because they're gonna fail.
Well, my question for you, Monty, is actually this, is regardless of the decision to replace or not to replace, and it was mentioned, by Chief Burchett and Captain Widdowson, or Division Chief Widdowson, that, they had planned to replace the station. We're not putting money into it. Is it going to be your recommendation, regardless of if that decision is to move forward on planning and those types of things, that we still have to spend the $100,000 to address the immediate needs?
Yeah.
I think that, I think some of those need to be addressed. We could definitely take and have them try to jet some of those drains, take a look at those. And that's the list that we put together that was enough to be able to bring it to where it's fairly comfortable, at least for them to operate out of that station for a short time.
When you say short time, are you talking 6 months? Are you talking 2 years?
Well, the problem with it is you're kind of up against a wall that no matter what direction we decide to go, you've got a certain amount of time of design. One of the options that I would recommend would be to take a look at some of the stations that, I believe that UFA's kind of narrowed their choice of building design down to a few different choices. It would save a lot of time in programming and trying to work with an architect to take a look at what they've got and kind of go that route. But even with that, you're probably at least a year in construction.
Yeah.
So I think we're kind of against a hard spot in a rock with this, that we're gonna need to pump some money into that station to be able to do some of the repairs. The problem is we start looking to solve all these problems, it starts getting very costly. And I just hate to see us pump a lot of money into a building that we're gonna turn around and demo.
I agree. That's why
How much would a new building cost us? Alan,
Old,
how much is a new building going to cost
What are you
us?
guys planning on your new construction costs, Chief Burchett?
We're about 400 to 425 per square foot. So our small station design, which is what was planned for that, is about 6 to 6.5 million.
So let me ask you another question, Chief Burchett. Obviously, knowing that the plan was for replacement of that station, so you obviously weren't putting a lot of money into it. What would have been your time frame to actually have that station replaced? And was there plans to address any of these items prior to, the decision for us to withdraw, to fill that gap of the interim? Because you still probably would have been, you're still in the design phase, you probably still would have been another 18 months, probably best case scenario out, probably 2 years from now for, to have a station finished?
Yeah, it's hard to really answer that because I started diving into the project after you guys came out of UFSA, but it was one of the first stations that was going to be built as part of our project. Right now, that's Station 125 in Midvale, and we're looking like we're going to break ground in the fall.
In the fall?
This year, yeah.
And then a year build
Yep,
time, right?
yep, 12 months probably.
So you would have been probably close to 2 years realistically from this time frame. So even to replace that station. So again, I guess the question is what plans did you have in terms of, had you guys prioritized things that you were going to spend some money on there to try and address in that short term?
Yeah, really, what our plan was and has been for the last 4 to 5 years is fixing things that are gonna make it unlivable, make it functional, and make sure there's not a repair that's gonna, if we don't fix it, cause more damage. So roof leaks, a lot of those pictures in there with tiles stained, those were roof leaks that have been repaired. So really, a couple of the kitchen cabinets have fallen off, and we would probably fix that type of thing. We would fix the kick plates and get a rodent inspector in there and take care of the mice.
But your plan wasn't
really
to.
very, very minimal.
Yeah,
just making
your
it
plan
functional.
wasn't, even in that, with that potential 2-year timeframe, wasn't to pump a lot of money into this station.
Not at all.
Okay.
And I think that we want to make it livable. I mean, you guys you're there and it needs to be livable for sure, but I just would err on the side of let's make sure we're only doing the minimum amount of repairs because we're going to be dumping money into something that we're no longer going to be utilizing. So wherever that line is, it says, from my point of view, wherever that line is that says, this is what we have to do to make it livable and tolerable for the next short amount of time until we can address the bigger problem. What do you guys think?
I agree.
So, Monty, your recommendation is that regardless of what we do, this is what we need to get going.
no. As far as the 100,000?
Yeah.
No. Our intention was just to bring to light what some of these repairs are gonna cost. And then try to get a direction from council if you're leaning towards replacing the building. If you are, then we would move in the direction of just taking and doing minimal repairs to try to get this thing by. Some of those could be as simple as, like with the air filtration, we could possibly put in a little portable air filter in there to help with some of that. We definitely got to clear some of those drains, and it may take a lot of while snaking them and try to work through some of those areas. We may still need to be doing a few other minor repairs. Some of the minor repairs we could possibly even do in-house to try to save some money. But the main thing is I kind of wanted to get a feel for where we were at as far as if you agreed that we should be looking at a replacement building, then that changes our whole game plan of where we're at. If not, then it's gonna start opening up a can of worms on the piggy bank.
I think to Sherry's point she made earlier, I think we're all aware of the needs of that station, and it's been a topic of discussion, you know, previously. I mean, it's for several years now. I think we all recognize that it is a need that has to be addressed sooner rather than later. And obviously, we don't have a couple of our council members here tonight, but I think that we need to, you know, have that item on for discussion in terms of our facilities. We're looking at other city facilities, a little bit different with our own district that's in place for the funding. So it has a large component, obviously, for Allen to take a look at and give us a little bit of a financial snapshot. But I think that this is something that we need to have a discussion about fairly quickly as a council and be able to provide some of that direction. Because again, I've spent a lot of time in that station. I'm very familiar with it. I know all the ins and outs of it, and yeah, some of the things aren't great there for sure. But again, I don't want to go pumping a lot of unnecessary money in it if, as a council, we decide that moving forward in trying to look at that station replacement is going to be a priority in terms of the funding component on the fire district side of things.
Yeah, I think primarily one of our biggest roles as a council is the safety of our citizens. So obviously, making sure that we have adequate facility to allow for that is important. I think it's a priority. But I agree. I just think we just have to be cautious on money spent now that it's just going to be tore down
So
within a short
the direction I think we're trying to allude to is, I would expect that this council is going to give staff direction to look at replacing that building in the next several years. And that we would direct staff to please take care of the critical repairs that are needed. Sanitation being one of them, please have that addressed with the pipes, with all of that, with them being able to eat. Take care of what needs to be taken care of. I assume, I'm going to make the assumption that, unless I'm being corrected by my fellow members of the council, that we most likely will be looking to have that building replaced as opposed to retrofitting. And so we would ask that you judiciously provide for our safety officers, but also make sure they're taken care of. Is that clear?
Yep.
The direction that you were looking for?
It is.
As to our staff, we would ask that this come back to us in a future meeting regarding long-term, how we want to make this move forward.
Need to give Alan some time to be able to do some financial analysis
So,
on it.
Yeah.
and we're not looking for this for an immediate next week, but
Yeah.
in the next month or two.
Yep.
Does that get you all the direction you need today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. We
Appreciate
appreciate your guys' efforts, and we appreciate all that you do for our community.
Thank you.
Hey, Chief Burchett, you guys weren't going to stick around at all, or didn't have a need to stick around for the SCBA compressor discussion, did you? I'll be here regardless. Okay. I just didn't know if we needed to reorder and maybe to look at that item in order to get you out of here, but doesn't sound like we need to. Okay?
Okay. With that, I will accept a motion to temporarily adjourn or move out of work meeting, take a 5-minute recess, and then move into our general meeting.
I think we've actually got to do the
Or,
community
sorry, move
development
into our
first.
Special Community Development and Renewal Agency meeting.
I'll make a motion, we temporarily recess our work meeting for 5 minutes, and then we will convene our Special Community Development and Renewal Agency meeting.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
We will begin our next meeting at 7:05. Oh, is that Steve? Hi, Steve. Okay, we will start at 7:05. Okay, I would like to welcome everybody out to the Special Community Development and Renewal Agency of Harriman City meeting for Wednesday, March 24th. We are running a little bit behind, so we'll get on with this one before we move into our general meeting. First action is a motion for review of the outline of the finalization process to approve the minutes for March 24th.
I make a motion to have the minutes of March 24th, 2021 be prepared and distributed to each member of the Redevelopment Agency Board. The board will have 10 days to review the minutes and submit any changes to the secretary. If after 10 days there are no changes, the minutes will stand approved. If there are changes, the process will be followed until all changes are made and the board is in agreement.
I will second.
A motion and a second. Clint?
Yes.
Steve? Steve with us? Councilman Shields, are you with us? We can now, thank you. Thank you. That was a yes from Steve and Sherry?
Yes?
Awesome. I will vote yes, that motion passes. Item 2.1, discussion and consideration of a resolution outlining the assignment of rights and obligations of the Harriman Business Center Participation Agreement. Blake.
Thank you. So just a little background on this. I didn't prepare a presentation, but just to get everyone up to speed, there's a participation agreement that was executed between Rosecrest Communities and Harriman City. And this is in regard to the Harriman Business Center CDA. That CDA, that agreement includes a list of infrastructure improvements that were to be installed and then the developers to be reimbursed with CDA funds generated in the area. Over time, Rosecrest, the entity, was dispersed or whatever per their trust agreement. And so in order to reimburse the entity, they had to transfer their rights to another entity. This agreement is to transfer those rights, and they transfer 7/8 of them to the Sorensen Legacy Foundation, 1/8 to the Sorensen, the SIF, I can't remember. It's in your packet. And it will transfer the rights and obligations for them to complete the uncompleted infrastructure improvements, and it'll also transfer the rights and obligations for that we pay them back on those improvements that were already completed. Are there any questions that you have on that?
Just a technical change, basically, because the entity that was originally to be reimbursed does not exist anymore.
That's correct. And
Yeah,
Chase might-
that's essentially it. The participation agreement doesn't have a written assignment provision, and this agreement is really between those separate parties, where a third party to it essentially just authorizing that
Yeah.
assignment.
Any further discussion?
I will go ahead and make a motion to approve resolution number R2021-01, agreeing to the assignment of rights and obligations under the participation agreement for the Harriman Business Center Community Development Area.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Steve? Clint?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes?
And I'll vote yes, that motion passes. Item 2.2, discussion of proposal to adjust the Harriman Business Center boundaries. Heather?
Hey, thanks, Mayor. So this is the same CDA Blake just discussed, and this is the current boundaries. It is the CDA
Can we have
that
this on
was-
our screens, please?
It was the CDA that was created in 2017. It includes the community college and the surrounding residential and commercial properties there. It's approximately 277 acres, and it has been triggered for all of our entities. So this has started, we have been receiving TIF payment, tax increment financing on this. So the request tonight is to get direction from the board as far as there's 2 areas that need to be adjusted in the boundaries. This map shows the RSL Training Academy. As you can see, outside the hatched area is where that parcel is extending past the boundary. So if the parcel crosses the boundary, the assessor won't send us the payment. This occurred recently when RSL, they amended their plat, so that's how that came about. And then the second boundary change is a request from the developer. And I haven't been involved in those discussions, so Blake can answer questions if you have those. But basically, it's to swap out the 7.93 acres of commercial, and they would change it to a different area. So it's not increasing, it's not decreasing, they're just moving the commercial to a different location.
So the new area is where the commercial would be?
Correct. So currently where they show CDA Area 2 and they show some housing there,
That's any good.
well, in the housing, we can't, as you recall, we're trying to add housing to this CDA already as part of the Academy Village, and we have a cap on that. So I don't know if this has any, if that is a similar reason why they want to move it. But Corey or Blake can speak to that if you have questions on why.
But that proposed area is commercial, correct?
The proposed is mixed use.
Is mixed use. Okay.
Where it currently lies within the boundaries, mixed use.
Blake, you want to come on up?
I think I heard the question right, and I think I heard Heather's answer right. But, so the area that is in the boundary right now, that hasn't been changed, is zoned as mixed use. But where they're moving it to, we're working through an MDA amendment, and when we would do that, we would change it to pure commercial C2.
And then the other component was just the piece of the RSL that currently lies outside the boundary.
Yes, correct. So in order to do both of those, it is a public hearing process. So we just need to get that started if that's the direction we're given.
I'm comfortable with that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
I'm comfortable moving forward.
Okay, thank
So
you.
Please start moving forward with that. Thank you. All right, with that, I will accept a motion to adjourn our Special Community Development and Renewal Agency of Harriman City agenda, our meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we will move straight into our general meeting. Thank you for being patient with us. So we will begin our general meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. That will be led by Matt Watson. If you'll come to the podium, please.
Will the audience please rise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Matt. We appreciate that.
I used to pick on Matt all the time at Planning Commission meetings.
He was
so-
our favorite person to pick on Planning Commission. Item 6.2, City Council comments and recognitions.
I don't have any right now.
Okay. Steve, do you have any? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to item 7, public comment. Audience members may bring any item to the city council's attention. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. State law prohibits the council from acting on items that do not appear on the agenda. Public comments for this meeting will also be conducted electronically. Any person interested in addressing the council may submit a comment by emailing recorder@harriman.org or by visiting harriman.org/agenda and minutes, where there's a link to fill out an online public comment forms. Your statement would then be read into the public record. While that limit is normally 2 minutes, I am going to ask if the council does not have any objection. We want to hear from our legislative representative, and I would like to allow her a few extra moments to speak on her follow-up with the legislative session, if there's no objection to that for that particular individual. So we'll start with that. Our representative here, Candace Perucci, who does a great job, please come up and tell us what you have. Yes, you're more than welcome to take that off.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and I will try to stay within 2 minutes, so I don't want to take a lot of your time. But I did want to report back to you. It was a really big session, a really unconventional and unique session. And we had a lot of wins for our area. So I wanted to start out by just talking about transportation, obviously, and this is something we've all discussed during the session. But we had a really huge win and was able to work really hard to get 134th included as part of the package. So ideally, then obviously Bangerter can be a realistic freeway that people, or a highway that they can get to and from downtown. And obviously 98's included in that, U-111's included in that. And then another piece of legislation addressed our quarter-of-the-quarter funding, which I think was really fantastic. I was a part of those preliminary conversations and wanted to make sure that the next time we do that, that we're basing it off of growth as well. And so ideally, our area would see a lot more of that quarter-to-quarter funding. But I think it's a really good start, especially compared to what we've seen historically. I also worked with Senator Fillmore to make sure that areas outside of downtown Salt Lake can qualify for the funding for arts, heritage and arts, and I think that will also be really big for the southwest corner of our valley. The SLIC campus, which is how you're just discussing, we worked to get funding for that this session and we're successful, so I'm really excited. It's just good things to come back to tell you that we were able to get done. And then a few things I worked on that I just wanted to make you aware of, and I know that, again, we've worked together on these, but I was able to work with Senator Harper to get legislation passed to exempt our military retirees from paying income tax on their military retirement income. I've had a lot of constituents, and your constituents reach out in our area, really excited about that, and we were one of the last 3 states to continue to tax it. So it's about time that we joined the majority of the country in appreciating and showing our veterans our gratitude by putting our money where our mouth is. So really excited about that one. Also worked on some legislation dealing with domestic violence. As you're well aware, in our area, this is one of the top things our officers respond to. In fact, when I did a ride-along when I was first appointed, I was surprised how many DV cases they respond to, and it's heartbreaking. So what this bill did was it worked with our Department of Public Safety in creating a curriculum within post-training and then a lethality assessment curriculum, which is optional, but we're really encouraging those law enforcement agencies who aren't already doing a lethality assessment training to participate, and hopefully that will move us in the right direction, and I'll be continuing to work on this issue. I think it's one that we're going to need a lot of help on and resources. And then obviously with emergency powers, you're very aware of the robust discussion we've been having for the past year and a half. Happy to say the governor signed both of the emergency powers bills that we worked on with him and the Senate, obviously. And then I also had a bill related to emergency powers and contracts. I had a bill related to no-bid contracts that I was able to get passed to try and put some guardrails and transparency in place for the process. So I'm trying to just keep that 2 minutes there. And then also, I had a few other bills, but really I just wanted to report back to you. I work for you. I work for the people of our area. Harriman makes up the biggest portion of my district. I grew up in Harriman. I love this area, and I'm really excited about what we were able to accomplish this session and what it means moving forward for our area. So thank you for what you guys do. Really appreciate it. You're the boots on the ground. And as always, please feel free to text me, call me, and that goes for anyone listening in the public with any concerns that you have. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you,
I'm
Representative
going to say
Peruggi.
thank you, Candace. Representative Percy. You do an amazing job of representing us, and you work really hard. So thank you for all the success you've had for our area.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
And I think there is quite a bit of successes, and we kind of glossed over them, but there are some of those are a really big deal. The transportation infrastructure adjustments are going to really affect our residents, as well as just having opportunities to education with the Salt Lake Community College / University of Utah campus, a joint campus that they're going to have here in Harriman. So fantastic job. We are very grateful for the efforts you put in for our community.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. We really appreciate your openness to us and to being so accessible during the session for us to be able to continue the dialogue, and as things are so dynamic during the session, to understand where those priorities are for us, so we appreciate that.
Well, thank you. You guys are great to work with. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, if there are other members of the audience that would like to make public comment at this time, please come to the podium, state your name, and give us your comments. Okay, seeing none, I'll move to the recorder, see if we have any electronic. We have no electronic, so we will close the public comment portion of our meeting. We'll move on to item 8, which is City Council Board and Committee reports.
I've got a couple just very quick ones. Had our monthly South Valley Sewer District Board meeting yesterday morning. And really the only item that was on there that does affect our community is just like a month ago when there was an application, or at least a presentation for consideration of adding a couple of proposed sewer lines to the capital facilities plan to make them impact fee eligible. We had that request again yesterday for two extensions. There's 2 lines currently that extend, or they're in the design phase right now, and they will extend basically from the north and east side of Mountain View Corridor under Mountain View Corridor in 2 different areas to open up the area for development on the south side. And they came back yesterday now that they have, this is up in affects properties that we talked about earlier, up around the gravel pit operation and that whole area. But again, there was 2 proposed lines that open up those areas to development to be considered for placement on the capital facilities plan, and the board did vote unanimously again to allow that to proceed, as there is, as we've seen over, some of the concept plans for development in that area, a lot more development planned in that area, and this will help to provide for their sewer needs. So that was it from I will just tell you as well, we've been talking about the thermal drying project that continues. We've reached substantial completion. They are now in basically the quality testing phase of that to make sure that it is producing the amount of output that it was designed for. But they hauled in February. There was only a couple of days in February that they still hauled any of the wet sludge out. Other than that, primarily all of it was the product that had been through the thermal drying process. They hauled just about 400,000 pounds of the dried product out. And just to give you a comparison, if that would have been the wet sludge, that would have been almost 2 million pounds of the wet sludge that they hauled out of there. So again, we're nearing the end of that project, and again, I think something that will be a huge cost savings, obviously, down the road in terms of disposal and what we can do with that product. So that's it from the South Valley Sewer District. Lastly, I had a meeting just this afternoon, not our normal meeting, but with the UTA Advisory Council. Our meeting today was specifically looking at the TOD process that UTA has in place. As you remember, I believe it was last year, they had the cap taken off of the number of TODs that they can have. And we got to see a good example of how that process is working as Clearfield City is nearing the end of basically that whole process of establishing and planning for a TOD up in their area. Again, this is the focus of that obviously is to have density concentrated around those transit stations. There's some good things. I think that at some point, because it's not 100%, not an immediate need for us out here because we don't have a transit stop yet, which was my comment to them, is love the program. I think it's working well. They're looking at other places in South Jordan, West Jordan, Midvale, around their transit stops to help plan out those TOD areas. And I just said it'd be great to have a stop in our area where we could actually consider planning a TOD area. So I put our plug in there. But at some point, I think it is good information for the council to be able to understand that TOD process and how UTA is focusing on those areas and working with their community partners to help plan those areas. So we're going to look down the road to have a smaller presentation from those folks on that. That's all I have to report.
We had our finance committee meeting for the water district on Monday, just hammering through the budget, trying to it was just brief analysis, well, not brief, but the first level of analysis on our budget and where we're going to go with rates and things like that. So there's nothing hard in stone yet with rates, but we're working through that process. And then Wasatch Front Waste and Recycling. I did have a resident reach out and ask about our private road policy. We do have a private road policy in the district, in that you have to have specific agreements with us in order for us to service a private road, because that's not kind of in the scope of services that we would typically provide. We are systematically going through every private road that we are collecting on currently, and we will make sure we have those agreements in place and/or ask them to look for other waste haulers because it for some reason or other doesn't fit where we believe that we should be servicing. As far as the local district issue that we discussed and we'll be possibly approving on the consent agenda tonight. It looks like all of the cities pretty much have either talked about it or it's on their agendas. And simply all positive feedback from all the rest of the people that are involved with the district. The county has to initiate the discussion, and so I know that that was had in one of their meetings the other day, in one of their subcommittee meetings, to maybe begin some discussion about that and really understand the implications of that. So the idea is to hopefully, Pam Roberts asked that we have that done by the end of the year. Councilman Jim Bradley thought that for sure by the summer we would be able to kind of have a decision on what way the county would go on that. So obviously we would really hopeful the county would agree with that. We also continue to incur costs from COVID, from drivers, and we also have, like, our trucks have to go through a sanitation process every weekend, and so that costs an additional funds and stuff for us. And so we're hopeful that this other round of stimulus, or whatever they're calling it now, whatever they're going to give, a portion of the city, we would be again looking at requesting some funds back from the city to help compensate for the cost that the district has had to absorb for COVID. That's all.
Thank you. We will move on to item 9.1, approval of a resolution reappointing planning commission members. Michael.
Good evening and thank you. As requested by the City Council at our last work meeting, we have prepared a resolution for the reappointment of 3 of our regular Planning Commission members. You also had requested information on the appointment date for all of our existing commission members, including our alternates. Also, and I apologize, this was not in your report, but since the publication of my staff report, I received a report from the administration regarding the attendance for these 3 individuals. We essentially, including all of our joint meetings, there were a few meetings that were canceled in 2020, which is not uncommon. We held 25 meetings. Mr. Jackson Ferguson participated in 19 of 25 meetings for 76% attendance. Andy Powell and Brody Ripien both attended 21 meetings for 85 or 84% attendance throughout the year. I made a statement in the report, I believe it was Commissioner Shields had asked about if there were any concerns or complaints regarding any of these 3 individuals. Consulted with our staff and also just kind of reviewed any communications that I had received from the development community or the public, and hadn't recalled or seen any information, which was consistent with my memory as far as concerns of ethical behavior, procedural due process, anything of that sort. So we prepared the resolution for your consideration tonight. As you can see, we do have some additional reappointments that will happen later this year. Including, we still have an opportunity to appoint a 3rd alternate. It's not required by our city code, but it is an option. I have interviewed a couple of candidates that we could consider for future appointments, but we feel very comfortable and confident in recommending these 3 individuals to you tonight.
Any questions or concerns from this body?
No, I just want to take the opportunity to publicly thank those members of our Planning Commission that serve. Obviously, having served there myself for many years, I understand the work that goes into it, the challenges that they're faced with. Development obviously can be a very tricky thing, especially in a community that is growing like ours. And the members of the Planning Commission are faced with some challenging decisions at times, and I appreciate their efforts tremendously. And again, hopefully that high rate of pay that they get will compensate them for their time. I'm kidding, they get nothing.
Yeah, a little bit.
So with that, unless anyone else has a comment, I will go ahead and, did you have a comment?
I was just going to comment that they also get a lot more public attendance because usually the people are angry. And it's typically because of decisions that we've made that they're just simply enforcing. So
Yes.
I'm grateful that they're thick-skinned.
Yep, that's a great comment. With that, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve. Yep, go ahead, Steve.
alternate. I think it's good, for lack of a better term, just to keep our bench as strong as we can, and more people being involved and understanding what's going on in our community processes. It just makes our community that much stronger.
And I'd be happy to bring that before the council. Perhaps we could pair that with our next reappointment request, if you'd like.
In May.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ready for a motion, Mayor?
Please.
I will make a motion to approve Resolution R03-2020, reappointing Andrew Powell, Brody Ripien, and Jackson Ferguson to the Planning Commission.
Second.
A motion and a second. Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
And I will vote yes. That motion passes. All right, we will move on to item 9.2, Traffic Committee Quarterly Report. Bryce?
All right, good evening, Council and Mayor. We were in a kind of regular rotation of reporting on Traffic Committee last year, and then COVID hit, and so we kind of went on the back burner a little bit. And so I think it's been about a year since our last report on Traffic Committee. So we wanted to just kind of hit some highlights that we have been working on this past year. And so our presentation is just to go over some of those highlights and talk about traffic in general last year as compared to normal years with COVID-19 and stay-at-home orders and those staying at home to work, kind of the difference of traffic we saw from 2019 to 2020. And so we'll see if we can get that presentation up and we can get into that discussion. In the meantime, I'll just kind of give you an overview of Traffic Committee. You've all heard what the Traffic Committee is, but as you know, it's a collection of many departments of staff. And so we have the planning department that's involved, we have the engineering department that's involved, the public works, HPD has members that attend the traffic committee. We meet monthly to go over concerns that residents have and submit to staff or that we receive in the community, and we try to address those concerns. And sometimes a decision is a do-nothing action, or sometimes it is we need to make a change. We need to make a solution or order signs, whatever it is. We try to address the problem and come up with a final decision on issues that come up. And while we're trying to figure that out, I can kind of go over what we saw with traffic numbers last year compared to 2019. So as you can imagine, with Harriman's growth, generally, year over year, we're seeing large amounts of growth on our traffic volume. So on 126, 134th, on Main Street, Anthem Park Boulevard, a lot of these main roads that connect off of Mountain View or connect to Bangerter are where our highest traffic volumes are. But last year, we actually saw a dip on every one of those roads, kind of our average traffic numbers. And so obviously that's not typical, but with COVID-19, we saw a major drop in rush hour traffic. And I'm sure a lot of people that were still driving during rush hour saw that kind of delay go down. And we saw that within the city, and I-15, UDOT reported significant amounts. In the city, it was not as significant as on I-15. As you can imagine, people were maybe not going to work as much, but they were still kind of going around within the city. But we did see a drop in traffic numbers that way. And so we expect those to bounce back up as we're kind of coming back to full force and as we come back and and get back to kind of normal life. We expect those to bounce back up and to go from there. So looks like.
Based on my drive out here this afternoon, I think we're there. I think we're back.
Right, exactly. And so every year we do traffic counts throughout the city, and so we'll kind of verify that this year to see how they bounce back. And so this is what I was discussing here, 2019 ADT average daily traffic compared to 2020. And these were taken in the summer of each year, so about August time period. And so right in the middle of the pandemic, you can kind of imagine. So every one of our major roads kind of went down. And overall, we didn't go down a whole lot. But like I said, the rush hour traffic that we saw coming in on 134th, 126 was significantly less. And so, yeah, any questions or thoughts to that? Okay. And I'll try to keep this kind of as brief as possible. So here are some items that we discussed and proposed solutions to. So this is a stop sign obstruction, and this was actually a committee member that kind of brought this to our attention. So it was a resident, but they were also a committee member. And so here at Ashfield Drive, as you come to Main Street, this is right behind that Maverick that's right there. You can see there is a stop sign there, but you cannot see it as you're pulling up. You can see the stop line, so hopefully there's kind of some indication that there needs to be a stop there, but obviously not a safe situation with the stop sign completely covered. And so we talked to our city arborist about trimming those trees. Luckily, they were Harriman City kind of property, and so we were able just to go in and trim those trees. This after picture isn't great because we don't have the whole foliage to really get a picture of it, but you can see.
Wow, that is a trim job.
That's a great trimming job.
That's like high and tight.
I've never seen someone take that much care in trimming a tree.
All right, but you can kind of see how those twigs and the branches coming out are trimmed up to allow for that stop sign to be seen. And hopefully as spring comes, we can kind of confirm that a little bit more. This is an issue that came up in a council meeting last year as well, that there are residents that live at Mattie Heights and Brook Heights Circle here on Rose Canyon Road, and there was no walking path or no way for kids to walk to Butterfield Canyon Elementary. And so we worked with our capital projects and whatnot to actually get an asphalt path from the end of that sidewalk you see there to connect it to the sidewalk into the safe walking route for that school. And that was installed last summer as well. And so that's in. You can go up Rose Canyon Road. You've probably seen it. It's smaller than a typical trail because it was more meant as a temporary sidewalk kind of placement. And so, yeah, that's in. And those that live in those can now safely walk to there. And there was also kind of a concern of getting to the park that's there, the pond, the fishing pond and whatnot for those community members can now go down to that crosswalk and cross the road there. This is a common concern that we get, that as residents are pulling out of intersections, they can't see to turn right or left onto a major road. Like in this case, it's Juniper Crest and Fort Rose Drive, but also Mount Ogden Peak Drive. So both of those intersections there, we had issues with citizens parking on the road, blocking the view as you pull out from those minor roads. And to this point, there is a hill also at this location, so it made it even more complicated.
Substantial hill.
Exactly, and so we wanted to address this as the best way we can. So we even saw a dumpster placed there in the shoulder at one point. Luckily, our code enforcement was able to get that taken care of pretty quick, but that didn't address the overall problem of vehicles parking. If you can imagine trying to turn right out of there at a 35-mile-an-hour road, it would be, or I think it might be 30 at that point, would be difficult. And a lot of people complained that they couldn't see anything. So we did end up putting up no parking signs, and we do see this around townhomes, apartments. Generally, a lot of people like to park out on the street, and so in those cases, we try to look and see what's the safest option. So we installed those no parking signs. The resident reached out afterwards and was very grateful, said the whole community was grateful, and so Yeah.
Except for the ones that used it as parking.
Yeah, exactly. Those that were parking there probably didn't appreciate it, so. This is another typical one that we see is where we're missing signs, and this issue is often brought up by HPD when they pull someone over and they ask the people why they're speeding. Oftentimes they'll say, well, there's no speed limit sign, there's no issues. And so we like to look at whenever there's an issue like that, HPD will bring it to our attention and we'll select on a case-by-case basis where we need to add speed limit signs. In this case, in this picture, Real Vista is kind of down at the bottom there, and it hasn't been widened yet in this aerial photo, but it now has been widened almost to full width. And so anytime there's a major intersection, we like to have a speed limit sign after the major intersection so that as people change the roads, they can see the speed limit. So you can see there's speed limits in the area, speed limit signs, but in this case, based on HPD's feedback and what we were looking at, we decided to install a new speed limit sign there. Another kind of example of what we look at is at intersections. In this case, this is Rosecrest and Mirabella. We have shoulder, but we didn't have a right turn dedicated lane. And so some people would stay in that straight through lane to turn right, and others would go into the shoulder to turn right. You've probably seen this. And so we looked at this as another safety issue that we were able to address by installing a right turn lane there. It did require adjusting the existing striping a little bit, but it ended up, you can kind of see where those old lines were, kind of the black where they've grinded out the old stripes, and we were able to fit in a right turn lane there. And then kind of lastly in the slides is just some ordinance updates that you'll be seeing soon, or if you haven't already seen them as part of kind of the parking and traffic ordinance update. We have a clear view triangle, which is essentially just a triangle area that we cannot have obstructions in the park strip or even behind the sidewalk that's above 3 feet tall. And that's, again, when you're at the intersection, you need to see down the road to make a right turn, make a left turn safely. And the way it's worded currently is measured off of the back of the sidewalk. And it's very vague as to areas that don't have sidewalk or areas that have a very wide park strip. It gets complicated. And so the intent of this is to clarify and make it easier to measure and understand what the clear view triangle is, where we can't have those obstructions above 3 feet tall. Yeah. And then going back to the intersection discussions of not being able to see down intersections or just people parking all the way up to intersections. We see this in certain areas of the city. And so to address that in conjunction with HPD's goal to update parking and traffic ordinance, we worked with them to create a ordinance in that update that allows them to enforce if parks or vehicles are parked too close to intersections. Right now, they don't have a lot of power to be able to do that unless someone's parked in front of a stop sign. That's kind of their go-to. But in these areas where there's no stop sign on the intersection on the major road, it made it difficult for them to enforce anything. So this is an ordinance that is part of that traffic and parking enforcement update.
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
How are you going to sign that? Or how are you going to notify the public that?
Yeah, so it will not be signed. It's typically like, so we have like a crosswalk state law or a stop sign state law that is just a certain distance away from those features. And so that's the similar intent with this. It would be difficult to kind of retrofit everywhere with right. This, but we did talk with HPD about kind of a preliminary period where it's more education before kind of ticketing and whatnot. And we plan, if this is adopted, to also post it to social media and to get the word out with our communications team. We've kind of done some preliminary work with that, but because it hasn't been adopted yet, we haven't kind of gone to full information mode yet. And that is the plan.
Yeah, so I guess same for Tammy and your team. I think that's going to be really important. I know in New York, you have to park so far away from a fire hydrant, and people literally take their tape measures to make sure, because the parking enforcers take their tape measures. So I just am curious how we're going to inform people that, because
Yeah.
if this isn't the state rule that they go, you know, when you take your test at the driver's license still, is 30 feet what it tells you have to park away from a stop sign? Probably not.
Right.
So we need to make sure that we somehow educate people about that.
Yeah, and I think that informational education period will be crucial to making sure that this is implemented smoothly. And that's all I had from the traffic committee. Were there any questions? Or, oh, I guess I should mention for those that are watching and have traffic concerns to submit to the traffic committee. We meet monthly, and the way to submit your concerns is there's two methods to be able to do that. You can email at engineering@harriman.org, or you can go online on harriman.org/police on the police website. And then if you click on the services button that comes up on the front page, it'll lead you to the second page down in the bottom right, if you can see the screen. And then if you click that submit traffic concerns button, you can fill out a form, and that'll come to HPD, and they will bring that to our traffic committee meetings.
Thank you, Bryce. That was fantastic. Thank you very much. And we appreciate the work that committee does for us. It's an important aspect of making sure we're continuing to always check and make sure we're protecting our residents. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We will move on to item 9.3, Olympia Hills infrastructure discussion. Blake.
Door offices all day. Okay. I have a handout.
Hey, Blake, will you hand it to staff, please?
And all that handout is an easier way to read what was in the packet. Because the packet exhibit was kind of messy. As I was trying to work through it, I thought, if I was having a tough time with it, you guys probably were too. See if this presentation comes up here. I don't have much to say if I don't have pictures. All right, so here we go. Steve's still on the line. I've got a vicinity map up, and if you're looking at it, this is one of the best vicinity maps I think you've ever seen. So,
Hey, Steve, can you just confirm that you're still with us?
Confirmed.
Thank you.
all right.
That
So
is
this
a
is
very
just kind of
nice
showing
vicinity map.
the exact area of how Olympia Hills fits into Harriman, in case anyone was wondering. It's out on the west side, extending or tying
So
on.
just to clarify, this is where the Olympia Hills is, just outside of Harriman city boundaries.
Just outside of Harriman's boundaries. That is correct. But this discussion's about traffic. So to start with traffic, we need to talk about the general plan, because all the traffic modeling that's been done by the city for our transportation master plan was done based on the general plan. We call this the 2025 general plan, so you'll probably hear me reference that a few times through this presentation. And to make it a little bit more simple, I put it in a map so you can see it, how it fits in with the Olympia Hills boundary. And then I broke down what was in our general plan based on acres for Olympia Hills. And you can see that the majority of the land was planned for residential uses. Pretty small portion for schools and commercial. And then open space and parks was another large chunk of the land. If you go through the allowed densities that are shown in the legend on the right, based on what this property, the maximum number of residential units in our general plan was 2,945. But since that was adopted, you can see that this is the plan that Olympia Hills has on their website. I'm not sure if this is the exact one that the county adopted when they approved the plan, But the county plan did approve in their master development agreement up to 6,330 units. I think there's been a lot of confusion on what was approved and if it was approved in Harriman or not, so it was a great clarification. It was approved by Salt Lake County, and it was approved for a density of, I think, 6.8 units per acre when it came back after it was vetoed. And now it's approved for a maximum number of units of 6,330. Some other facts on this. I just pulled this off of the Olympia Hills website earlier today. I don't know if the information's old or not, but for single-family homes, they have 1,480 single-family homes planned in that development, 4,141 multifamily units, and then 719 senior or age-targeted units. And there's some commercial, and that's all measured out in square footage, so it didn't really break down to number of acres. But that's the breakdown that I could pull off of it quickly. So what that shows is there's about a little bit more than 2 times the density that we'd planned on in this development, residential density, that is going to contribute to impacts on the roads in Harriman. So this map correlates with the sheet that I handed out and the sheet that was in the packet that was prepared by Hells Engineering that outlined all the projects when they were done. Point of clarification on it, there's background and then there's plus project identified in these. The background is if the project didn't happen, this is where the developer, if Olympia Hills is not in Harriman and the impacts are on our roads, like widening for more lanes or adding a traffic signal, something like that, they'll go to that and say, that was part of your deficiency. We don't need to pay for that upsize. Anything that's in the plus project would be eligible to get funding back from the developer for those projects. As I broke it down into the sheet that I handed out, it became very apparent that many of the plus projects were signal timing, signal programming, very low-cost items, until you got to the very end, and then there were some pretty significant items with dual left turns on large intersections. But just kind of not focusing on one project on the map, but looking at them all overall, there are a lot of impacts in Harriman from Olympia Hills. And I mean, it's directly west of us. So you can see the impacts are coming down mainly Harriman Parkway, Main Street. And so the concern is getting funding for these improvements. And so the last slide, I just kind of want to go through the summary, and this was kind of quick, but the construction of the new roads, most of the new roads are actually out in the county and out in Olympia Hills itself. There are a few roads that need to extend through portions or pieces of Harriman to tie into those roads. And many of those roads, the city has gotten funding from the county or the state to construct those roads. So there's always been this anticipation from others that those roads would continue on to the future development. The cost for these mitigation projects is a concern because in the master development agreement that the county has, it has a clause in it that if we find that these mitigation projects are needed, that the city has to pay for them up front, and then we submit our cost to the county, and then the county will go to the developer to get the cost. But there's really no way for us to ensure that we're going to get those reimbursements. And then,
Blake, just real quick, in there, as you said that there's no way to, I guess, ensure that we're going to get those, there's really no way to, what's the barometer to measure whether that impact is truly generated? You get where I'm going with this.
this could be 2 traffic engineers that we hire and that they hire that have 2 differing opinions on something, and we could, it seems like many of these projects, we would end up probably spending a bunch of money to try to get some money. They would just be more expensive that way, is
But
the way
there's
I'm
nothing
seeing it.
clearly outlined that would even outline the process of vetting some of these transportation projects on our side and really quantifying how we would go about proving that it's a direct result of this additional impact.
Yep. And so
Again,
the best
it's
way
really
we're-
going to kind of be opinion-based.
Yeah, and so what we're trying to do to combat that right now is we just finished our transportation master plan, and we did that master plan on purpose with the 2025 general plan in it. So it gave us a baseline. And then we're going to, when we finish our new general plan, update our transportation master plan. And the new general plan uses what the county's approved in the general plan, because that's what's anticipated to occur out there. And then that'll give us the difference.
The difference.
So that'll be what we have, but as we go to the county, they might have a different opinion on it, and so we'll have to negotiate and work on
Okay.
what is really the impact.
The impact. Okay, thank you.
The maintenance costs are a concern because as the development is going to have more density in it than we had anticipated, we anticipate our maintenance will be accelerated. The needs for it will be accelerated. So I have some costs on the side here that I just brought up. This shows a 40-year plan that our engineering department's put together. We've beat the drum on maintaining roads so we don't have to go through and rip the whole road out and repair the whole thing. And so this is our plan to, if you do this, at that year 36, you do a mill and overlay and you start the whole process over again. Breaking out this cost today, it looks like a 12-foot wide lane for 1 mile costs $1 million over 40 years to maintain. So it's about $20,000 a year per lane mile. And that just gives you some ideas of, these are costs that we're going to have to maintain, and this might get accelerated with Olympia Hills. It will get accelerated with Olympia Hills because it'll be increased traffic. So how do we stay ahead of these issues is the question that I asked, and really it's about control. You know, if Olympia Hills is outside the city, then we need to really be part of going to these meetings and figuring out when these developments are coming. And that'll be difficult because, you know, the discussions with the new development coming in, each one of the projects as they come in phases, we'll have discussions with council members at whatever city or county or their own city they're in. And so we'll always, it feels like we'll always be playing a reactive role in getting these mitigation projects completed. And so that's one concern that we have with Olympia Hills being outside the city. And one other thing to consider is the population that's using the infrastructure. We should use that to generate the revenue to pay for the infrastructure. If they're outside the city, we've heard Riverton have concerns about Harriman for years and years of our traffic going through their roads. But the majority of the roads that Harriman is using in Riverton are UDOT roads, 126th and so forth until you get to Bangerter. So in your packet, you also probably noticed there was a letter that was written as the legislature is getting ready for a special session. We working with council, discussed this letter and this jurisdictional transfer. Might be a good idea to get ahead of controlling some of these mitigation projects and things, because if UDOT is to take over 12600 South, and that would be 7300 West as well, that would alleviate a lot of the concerns with maintenance and construction of these sections of roadway.
How many miles of road, state roads, are currently in Harriman with the exception of Mountain View Corridor?
Zero.
Zero. So we have no roads that are we maintain all roads that are in and pay for all expenses on all roads in our city, even though we obviously have traffic coming through from other places, correct?
That's correct.
So as I look at this, what I'm hearing and what I saw in here and what I believe is that the best process is for these roads that are truly regional roads, such as 126, 118, U111 back, all of these really regional roads, is to transfer that jurisdiction and ownership to the Department of Transportation, let it become a state road, and have them maintain that as it is, you know, a regional facility as opposed to just a city facility. Is that kind of the recommendation that staff is giving to us?
Yeah, this is the request from council if you would want to approve that letter to be sent to UDOT to recognize that the council would be in support of a jurisdictional transfer.
So say what you said again. This was the request from this council to do this letter?
It was a request from myself and Councilman Shields.
Okay,
Yes.
there- just to clarify, because that was the first I'd seen of the letter was in the packet, so.
Yep.
But what I heard you say is, again, this is for consideration for, again, the potential of the council to all agree to have that letter sent. It's a draft that's been proposed for us for consideration, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
One thing that, this isn't the first time that we've talked about it, the possibility of a, jurisdictional transfer on 126th. And some time ago when we talked about, this potential, there was also talk about, in particular, snow plowing of a state road. And again, generally that would fall to the state to take care of. But if I remember correctly, there has been instances where there's been agreements entered into for those types of things. Because again, when it comes down to inclement weather, and if a road in our area is not taken care of, guess who they're calling? They're calling us. So again, not that has to be hammered out right now, but I am looking for at least the engineer's opinion on some of these aspects as we potentially proceed down that road, and how you think would best facilitate at least some local control in terms of providing for the needs of our residents. And again, I think one of the big ones is going to maintenance and those types of things, obviously, really kind of a no-brainer. But again, if we've got a lot of inclement weather, the state has a lot of road miles to maintain, and the chances are that at least until the time where that stretch of road, again, and connectivity became very heavily traveled, it would probably be at the lower end of the priority list to get out and clear.
Yep.
But it's vital to us.
Yeah, that's a great concern to bring up. I am aware of some neighboring cities. They do have agreements with UDOT to do the plowing, and UDOT reimburses the city for the cost of that plowing, or has a flat fee contract. I'm not sure of the details, but the city does get made whole on the cost of the plowing for those state routes by city
As
plows.
we look further into this discussion, will you please get some additional information on how that might look?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, it's good to hear, obviously, that those are out there, but the other component of it is do those entities that have those agreements, do they feel like that they're working and that they're being fairly assessed or fairly compensated, I guess, for the work that they do? UDOT may say, well, based on, this rate of snowfall, we would normally plow it 2 times, an hour based on this rate of snowfall, but where our city standard may be different, where we're plowing it 3 times. Of course, that's additional wear and tear on our vehicles and those types of things. So just understanding, again, how those agreements are structured to really have the full depth of the conversation available to us.
So I would ask, also, help me understand the cons. So I kind of understand the pros of having them take over the road. Tell me some other, cons to having them have control of the road.
So state routes, as development occurs along them, it can be difficult to navigate sometimes. The access permits to get your access onto the state route, they're very careful about how many accesses they allow on their state route. I am aware of some concerns that other cities have had with the behind the curb maintenance and projects that have been done by third parties, like utility companies that come in, get their approval through UDOT and tear up the landscaping and then don't put it back for a long, long time. We would lose control of some things with that. So those are the 2 that I'm mostly aware of. And then the signals as well, we would lose control of our signals that we currently contract with the county to come out and adjust timing. UDOT would take control of all those signals, and I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. It's just something that would be different.
Yeah, thank you.
Steve, do you have any questions or thoughts on this item?
Sorry, hold on. Switch over to a better sound source here. I think this will come through a little clearer.
Thank you.
As we're looking at, I think there's like several discussions that are kind of being conflated here. But the bottom line is that the impacts from Olympia Hills are going to impact us not only with traffic, but there's a financial impact here. And in previous discussions, and then through tonight's presentation, it's clear that we are going to need financial help in order to pay for all of these impacts that are coming. One way to do it is through potentially annexation and assessment of impact fees. Another way is offloading some of those costs to state or county for their contributions to fix the road impacts that are coming. What I see though is the 126 being a kind of an easy solution to cover the costs of the expansion of that out west and the impacts of Olympia Hills coming through to the state. But as Representative Perucci is still there in the audience, I think, and our other representatives, we'd sure like them to understand that there are real impacts coming to us that we do not have funds for. And as funds are being made available through state or federal allocations, that there's a high priority being put to these kind of unfunded mandates, for lack of a better term, that are impacting our city and helping us find a way to pay for that and fill those holes. So I appreciate the presentation from Blake and from staff kind of identifying where some of those things are coming from. In previous meetings, we've kind of quantified the cost of some of those things in today's dollars. So I'm just appreciative of the conversation in general. As it relates to 126 South, I'm theoretically in support of it, but there's a lot of, as Blake has pointed out, as Clint asked the questions, there's some very specific things that we would need to address before we would fully authorize that. But in principle, I'm supportive of it.
Jerry, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not unsupportive of it, but I'm not fully supportive of it yet either. I really want to understand the details. There'd have to be, a lot more clarification than there is right now.
No, I agree. I think that obviously there's some components of it where you can say, well, that seems like a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
But there's, when you talk about some of the other potential impacts by not having control of that we could see in the community, those are things that I think we need a little bit more detail on to fully understand and to be able to weigh out all of those pros and cons to make the best decision. And one of them that I was just thinking about is I guess two questions for you, Blake. One, in some of these instances where you're aware that the state has agreed to take over a road, I guess, is a request or at least a letter asking them to look at this, what would be their incentive to look at this and to potentially sign off on it, right? To them, right now, it's a road that's in our community that they don't have any cost for. So I'm just trying to understand the process in what, how those conversations would go and how it would be something that they would consider. The second piece of that is in terms of development in the future and how it impacts that and some of those upgrades and changes that would need to happen to that road. Again, and this is just the facts, larger, government agency, things move a little bit slower through there. Are we gonna potentially, again, by not having control of that, hurt ourselves in the long run by not being able to have a little bit more control over when some of those upgrades happen versus having to go through the state to get those approved and funded? Because again, we're talking about potential impacts from development, whether it's inside the city or outside of the city. Honestly, we know that traffic's going to increase on that road. We know that the wear and tear is going to increase, and we know that there's going to have to be changes to do it. Now, obviously, if that's on our dime, we have to figure out how to pay for that. But at least at that point, we have control over the timing of that and prioritizing that. When it's not, we lose that control of at least the timing, and then it becomes now a priority of funding on their list in, in respect to other things. And again, I'm not saying, generally, again, in theory, I'm supportive of this, but I have a lot of questions of the long term. There's always those unintended consequences. And again, in terms of providing some of the needs for the city, I'm just trying to think through what those would be, and again, be able to weigh all of those pros and cons to arrive at the best decision.
Yeah, I agree. We're talking a statewide department, and they have to look at roads throughout the whole entire state. So where do we land on that priority list in the whole entire
And the
state?
challenge is because we have no state roads in the city, we have no experience to base this off of. And we might be able to find out from other cities that do have those, Riverton, for instance, our neighbor who has some of those, in terms of how they have felt dealing with some of those state road issues with UDOT and those. Again, we just don't have any experience because we have none of those.
So I'm looking at this letter that was drafted for us, and for the most part, I like the letter. I think it's appropriate. I think we should send it. However, I do think that we should probably make just a couple changes. I particularly in the second paragraph in the last line. It says, based on this finding, the Harriman City Council requests that we enter into discussions regarding the transfer of ownership, or something along those lines, so that we can make it clear to them that our intent is to start the process and to talk to them about it, and that we want to be partners with the state and not an opposition to them. We want to work with them. We don't want to just come in and say, we're giving it to you, you've got to take it, so what? We want it to be a partnership, that we work with them and move forward. If that particular line was changed to essentially that, I would be supportive of this body sending this letter to the Department of Transportation. What are your thoughts about it, Clint, Steve, and Sherry?
I'll just say right off that, again, I don't know that I'm going to say tonight I'm ready to send a letter, but to your point of the language that's in there, I definitely think it's more appropriate to say, to enter into a dialogue with them to discuss this possibility, because I think that they're going to have some questions of us. I think that they're going to have other information that, again, some of those questions I asked that they can provide to us. So in terms of opening a dialogue, I fully support opening a dialogue with them.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with the letter as it's written because of that. There's just some clarifying questions I would like to understand before I send off a letter saying that, for sure, a letter that says, we're acceptable to a jurisdictional transfer.
Yeah, and I completely agree that line is inappropriate. Steve, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, Clint, well said on your points about it. I agree with both what Sherry and Clint have said, and the line specifically, acceptable of a jurisdictional transfer, is probably a little bit ahead. Well, is definitely ahead of where we are right now. I think that we are acceptable of entering into a discussion about jurisdictional transfer, and maybe even in principle are agreeable to it, but it would be subject to discussion and negotiations and clarification on many of the points and perhaps other points. So I don't know how we would articulate that in the letter, but absent the articulation of those points, I would not be supportive of sending it yet. But if we can put those in correctly, then yes, I would be supportive of it.
I guess I would also ask, who had these informal discussions? Who was a part of that? When were they had? Who were they with?
Where specifically?
It says, during the recent legislative session, there were informal discussions regarding a jurisdictional transfer.
I'd heard buzz from around the.
Let's just strike that.
Honestly, I would just say that if the most I would really be supportive of at this point is just simply to say, we would like to sit down and have a discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
About the potential of jurisdictional transfer of 126. Yeah. I think that obviously they understand what happened in the legislative session. They know what the plans are for this area, all of those things. I think just simply we need to reach out and see if they're willing to engage in a conversation.
Yeah.
So
I'm
what
not
I'd ask
opposed to that.
of staff is, to basically do that, to draft a short letter that basically just says that we would like to, like to enter into discussions regarding jurisdictional transfer. Let's get down and start discussing. If you would please email that out to the council so that we can review that before it's sent off. And so that we can give some, and including Councilman Henderson, so that I know that he specifically said this is an important issue, and I want to make sure he has the opportunity to provide input on it as well. And then once we see that, we'll make a decision at that point based on whether or not, if the council's agreeable to the way that it's written up, we can send it forward at that point. But we'll wait until we get that input from the council. Any disagreements to that process?
I don't think there's any, and I'm not going to speak for Jared, but I know that he has said in other, I guess, items is that I don't think any of us are ever opposed to having a discussion.
Yeah, conversation.
But again, I think there's a lot of pieces that will do us a lot of good to be able to sit down with them and have some of those discussions and ask some of those specific questions to understand that, so that we have, again, all of the information and they understand what our concerns would be moving forward.
So let's make the formal request for discussions and send that out to us via email. And then we will, if we approve of that, we will have you guys send that on.
I should have that letter corrected and sent out tomorrow, so.
Thank you.
All right,
To this body tomorrow,
To
correct?
this body
Yes.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yep, not to anyone else.
Appreciate that.
Blake, thanks for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. So that was an infrastructure discussion. We will move on to item 9.4, which is an Olympia Hills timeline discussion. And we will turn the time over to our city attorney, Chase Andresi.
Thank you, Mayor. So while this item 9.4 is described as Olympia Hills timeline discussion, this discussion really applies to all annexations of unincorporated land into the city. And this is a process that the city has gone through multiple times with thousands of acres of land as we've grown and developed since incorporation back in 1999. So with that being said, my intent here today is just to describe what the procedure is for an annexation as set forth in state statute. This is all, like I said, set forth in state statute. Our own procedures don't govern any of this. The timelines are all established by the legislature. And so it's my intent tonight just to describe those briefly, give you kind of the 20,000-foot overview. If you have questions about one of those particular steps in this process, we can dive into that, but that's kind of my goal here tonight. So the process for an annexation really begins as an owner of unincorporated land files a notice of intent to file a petition of annexation. And you have a question already, Mayor.
Currently, we do not have.
We do not for Olympia Hills or any other unincorporated land at this time.
Chase, can I ask you, I think it might be helpful maybe to just verbalize for those here or listening that when it comes to annexation, you're going to talk about the timelines and the process that you have to go through. But the reason that that's important is because there is only 2 times a year that those annexations can actually be approved.
And that's kind of the bow on top of all of this
Right.
discussion. And just to jump to that part right now, and I'll lead up to it again, and you can see the big package unfold, but that's October 31st or November 1st. If you have your annexation process completed by October 31st, the annexation takes effect if all of the steps have been followed January 1st of the following year. If your annexation is certified after October 31st, between November 1st and April 30th, that annexation would take effect July of 2 months, 3 months after the certification of that annexation. So it doesn't just happen right away, right? There is a waiting period. There are a number of steps that you have to go through, and you have to wait the full amount of time, and that is one of them, is the effective date of the annexation. So
Thank you, Chase.
that's an excellent point. So cities aren't ones that start this annexation process, right? And an owner of unincorporated land would file what's called a notice of intent to file a petition. They send a notice of intent to the city, as well as all of the affected entities. The affected entities include all of the local districts, the school district, also includes the county. Once the county receives a copy of that notice of intent, they have 20 days. So that's your first timeline. They have 20 days to send out notice of their receipt of that to all of the owners within the area of the proposed annexation area, as well as 300 feet around that area. They also, after they send out that notice, let the city know that they have sent that out, and at that point, the city's process kind of begins. The city then waits until they receive a petition, not the notice of intent to file a petition, but the actual petition from the owner of unincorporated land to incorporate within the city. Once the city receives that, they have 14 days to either accept or deny. And that's not approve, it's just to say, yes, we're receiving this and we accept the petition in the form that it's been presented.
So I have a clarifying question on this, because I've heard this rumored around or talked about before that, well, the city doesn't have any choice. If they decide they want to annex into it, you guys have to let them annex into it, and that is not the case.
Not true, right. And that would be their first stage where the city could say, no, we're just not going to consider.
It can be a negotiation process so that as they come in, things are in harmony with both entities, correct?
Absolutely. And there are other municipalities that enter into an annexation agreement prior to a petition being filed to work out some of those negotiations in terms of annexation. So once a petition has been filed with the city has 14 days to act. And again, they either accept it and say, all right, we're going to open the door and go down this road, or we deny it, and that's the end of it. If they take no action within 14 days, it's accepted by default. So if we just decide we're not going to take any action at our next meeting, we're going to accept it by default, that process is also built into statute. Once it's accepted, the city has 30 days to certify the petition. Essentially what that certification process involves is identifying who the owners of the unincorporated land are, the value of that land, and then determining, for protest purposes, owners of land outside the annexation area who would be affected. We have 30 days to do that. That process usually goes a lot quicker. It's an administrative process on our side. Usually doesn't take the full 30 days. So you can take up to 30 days. We don't have to, and I don't think we ever have. Once that certification has taken place, we let the county know that we've certified that petition. We also let the public know. We have a requirement to publish once a week for 3 consecutive weeks our notice of certification of that petition. At the end of that notification and publication period, there's a protest period for 30 days. So our timeline has been 20 days with the county, 14 days with the city, 30 days to certify, and now we have another 3 weeks of publication, and then 30 days of a protest period. During this protest period, statute defines who can file a protest, right? A resident living in the city can't file a protest. They can object to it, and there's a process in this procedure where they can be heard at a public hearing, but a protest can really only be filed by the governing board or legislative body of an affected entity. That would be the school district, any local districts that are in the area, or even the county. And then the owners of rural real property within the proposed annexation area. That wouldn't apply to Olympia Hills. It may apply to other annexations that have happened with the city, but rural real property, as that's defined in state code, would not be applicable to a petition for annexation by Olympia Hills. And then the third group of people who can file a protest would be the owners of real property in the unincorporated area within a half mile outside of the annexation area. So that would be high country.
So it has to be unincorporated area.
It would be within the unincorporated area.
So it would be basically anybody that lives in an unincorporated county.
Within.
Okay.
And there are some conditions to that. So within a half mile of the proposed annexation area, owners that cover 25% of the private land within that half mile of the annexation area, and then owners whose value of their property is equal to 15% of all the real property in the unincorporated area within a half mile. So it's very technical who can and cannot file a petition. Fortunately, we don't, or a protest, I'm sorry. We don't have to worry about that. A protest is filed with the County Boundary Commission, and we receive notice of that protest having been filed. So that 30-day protest period, once it closes, if a protest has been filed, that process gets turned over to the county. That, however, does trigger another phase where the city can step out of it. If a protest has been filed and at the end of the 30-day protest period, the city, as the council, can say, we are not going to consider this petition any longer, we're going to just deny it. Or you can wait until the county boundary commission has gone through their process, which can take up to 290 days. Their process is very long and drawn out. It involves feasibility studies, reviews, public hearings, and we can wait as a city, if a protest is filed, until they make a written finding of that feasibility process and review. So I'm going to jump now. I'm not going to go in detail about that protest period again, or if a protest is filed, what the county does, because that's their process. If you'd like to, we can dive into that. But I think for purposes of this discussion, it was just to review what your role as the city council would be in this process. So if no protests are filed, at the end of the 30-day protest period, the city has a notice requirement, depending on the type of notice that we send out, either 7 or 10 days, to inform the public of a public hearing on the petition. At the public hearing, we take feedback from the public. This would be an opportunity for residents who live outside that half-mile affected area to come in and give their feedback to the council. At the end of that public hearing, the decision is the council's, whether to approve the petition or to deny the petition. You can also take no action on the petition. If you choose to take no action, it essentially dies for lack of any motion. If you do approve the petition, we have 60 days after the approval of that petition to send a notice of an impending boundary action to the lieutenant governor. Once the lieutenant governor receives that, she reviews that for thoroughness and to make sure that we follow this process. And then within 10 days of that receipt, she can either let us know that we didn't follow the process or that the landowner did not follow the process, or certify the annexation. Again, once that certification takes place, depending on when it was certified by the lieutenant governor, it either will go into effect January 1st or July 1st after the certification by the lieutenant governor. So it's a long, drawn-out process. In summary, if there are no protests filed, it's about 209 days if you take all of the days that you're required to or allowed to complete your administrative reviews and legislative approvals.
And Chase, that's a question I have for you. You went through obviously a number of defined days, but can the process be sped up or shortened because you don't take the full amount to complete a certain step?
Yeah, substantially. And that's been the case with other annexations that we've done within the city. So that 60-day time period, for instance, if the city council approves an annexation, we do have up to 60 days to file our notice of impending boundary action with the lieutenant governor, but we could also do it the very next day.
The very next, yeah.
And most developers who are anxious to come into the city have that prepared, right? And they're ready to go. And we've worked with their teams to make sure that, hey, if it is approved by the city council, we can just file that the very next day. And there are a number of those processes that can be shortened. We have to get it completed within a certain number of days, but we can also do it shorter if our review is sufficient and we've done our work on our end.
Okay.
So that, again, 20,000-foot view. Doesn't go into the detail of all of those processes or the standards by which they're reviewed. It just kind of paints the picture of how long this process can take and how quickly it could go, or when it would take effect, depending on when it was certified by the lieutenant governor.
I'm sure one of the questions that somebody may be thinking out there is, what is the shortest amount of time that you could actually complete that process?
And I didn't come up with that number. That would have been good. Let me see if I can do some math real quick. And this is a lawyer on the spot doing numbers that
I've
that
got
aren't
some
just
I got
zeros,
some
ones and
fingers if you
zeros.
want to borrow
Yeah,
one.
I'm gonna need everyone's fingers here. So why don't I just walk through it with us quickly here? So the timer doesn't really start until the county sends, or county receives the notice of intent to file a petition from the unincorporated landowner. They have up to 20 days. They could do it in one day. So I think let's just shorten everything that we can and say, all right, so we've got the county doing it in one day. The city, yeah, has that ever happened? I mean.
You better go 2 days.
Yeah, we'll give them 2 days, right? So 2 days for the county. We then wait for the petition to be filed by the applicant. This is something, again, they usually have ready to go. They send that to us once we receive our certification from the county that all of the notices have been sent out. Once we receive that, we have up to 14 days to accept it. Really, it wouldn't happen until our next meeting.
Next meeting.
And given our notice requirements, it would be about 5 days. So we are now at 7 days. Is that lawyer math? Did I get that right? 7 days. Once we receive that actual petition back. Once we receive the petition, we have up to 30 days to certify it. But again, this would be a pretty easy process with an annexation petition like Olympia Hills, because it is just one landowner.
One landowner.
So we could do that ostensibly in 1 day. So we are at 8 days there. Our notice requirements, we are required to follow here. So that would put us at once a week for 3 weeks, or 21 days. So 21 days plus 8 days is 29 days. I hope someone's checking my math here, because I'm just going with it. And then our protest period is a mandatory 30-day period. So we're at 59 days there. If no protests are filed, we are required to notice for 7 days, puts us at 66 days.
You're doing good. Keep going.
I'm impressing myself, so this is a high for me tonight. 66 days. After that period, we do have up to 60 days to file our notice of impending, and this is assuming the council approves by resolution the annexation petition. We then have up to 60 days to send the lieutenant governor our notice of impending boundary action, but we could, again, do that the very next day. So that puts us at 67 days. And the lieutenant governor has up to 10 days to review and certify the annexation if complete. So even if that's the very next day, that would put us at 68 days. So that would be astronomical time frame to get it done, right? Just over 2 months, but that would be the quickest that you could potentially see an approval of an annexation petition.
So this process we would assume would take anywhere from 3 to 6.5 months.
Yeah. The process without any protest takes 209 days. If you're doing everything right on the very last day.
Right on the last day. Okay.
Yes. And if a protest is filed, you add up to 290 days, because there are feasibility studies and consultants that are hired, and they're required to look at some objective criteria that the legislature has defined. And then once that feasibility study comes back, it can be reviewed. If it determines that the petition is incomplete, the applicant can file a modified petition, and that triggers some new dates. And so that process, again, is very much in the court of the County Boundary Commission, but we are involved mostly by notice through that process.
But again, as an entity that may be receiving that petition for annexation, that would be only if we allowed that process to play out.
Correct.
Any entity could choose to opt out at the start of that, right, and it's done at that point.
And really, you have 3 off-ramps, right? Your first would be what Councilmember Orrin identified, when a notice of intent, or when the petition is filed with the city council, in that case, would accept the petition or deny it. That's your first off-ramp. Your second off-ramp is if a protest is filed, you can, after a protest is filed and you receive notice of that protest, as a legislative body, vote to deny the petition. Or you can wait, like I said, to see what the County Boundary Commission finds. Your third off-ramp would be after either no protests are filed, or after a protest is filed and you receive back the finding, either deny the petition at that point after the public hearing, or just take no action on it. And that would be your third potential off-ramp.
Okay.
So again, very, very general review of that timeline, but I hope we've answered some of your questions about how quick that could happen, how long that might take, when it will go into effect if it were to be approved by the city.
Steve, did you have any questions or input on this?
No real questions. I appreciate Chase's work on this. This is a complex process with a lot of moving parts, and I appreciate you kind of distilling that down for us to digest there. I do think it's important to, contextualize this conversation and understanding that, these kind of conversations are could be applied to, any entity outside of our city boundaries that's in the county that wants to annex into Harriman or request to be annexed into Harriman. But it's clear that this would apply most relevantly and timely to Olympia Hills. And I think that the reason why it's important to have that conversation is that there are ongoing conversations with the developer of Olympia Hills about whether or not it would make sense to even consider an annexation, both on the part of the developer and even on the part of Harriman City. As part of that, we've talked about updating this Bonneville study. We've had Alan's financial reports. I mean, there's a lot of things that have to be considered on both party sides to even realistically consider it as a possibility. From my perspective, and this is, again, just me, one member of the council from my perception is saying, I've been in support of having those discussions about the possibilities. That is not saying it's a discussion about how do we annex. It's not a discussion about how we prevent annexation. It's a discussion about trying to move from the purely hypothetical into the more realistic, what if this happened? What if that happened? What would the developer be looking for? What would the city be looking for? And starting to try and move those from theoretical to reality so that our analysis becomes less hypothetical and more factual based. So I hope that makes sense, but I'm appreciative of it, and I just wanted to contextualize that.
Any thoughts, Sherry?
No, I don't. I think that we there's a lot of discussion to be had. I think it's good to have discussions. I'm never opposed to that, to have the conversations and look at the options and how they impact our city and things like that. I do think, I think it's important for us to understand this, but I also think it's important for us not to allow this type of discussion to take too much time, because we have a lot of other really important infrastructure discussions that should be had within our own current city boundaries, that we don't get too derailed by these types of discussions.
I think, obviously, we've had, discussions centering around Olympia Hills and the potential impacts that the community would face with that development, as we know, as it's progressing and we're getting closer towards actually, starting to see some progress made out there on that development. And so I think that all of this is done in a manner to, again, as Steve mentioned, continue to foster a good open dialogue with the landowner and the developer of that project. And I think it's good to have the transparency with our own public of what these processes entail, and what timelines, potential timelines would look like. Again, based on continued conversation. I think our council has done a good job in recognizing that there are going to be impacts to the community moving forward, and our job is to, again, have those difficult discussions in some cases and find the ways that is best going to help the city deal with those impacts down the road, and certainly working together with the developer through that process, regardless of if they're in the city or out. Having a good working relationship with them is paramount in making sure that, again, we are more aware as those changes are anticipated down the line, as Blake mentioned earlier, for us to be proactive instead of reactive to some of those impacts that we may see. So this is all in an effort to again, I think, plan ahead, and again, look at those infrastructure needs that we have and how the city's best going to be able to address those moving forward. So I appreciate Chase's work on this very much.
just my 2 cents on this. I think it's important for us to continue to have these discussions, and I also agree with Councilman Shields as we talk about the fact that we have had discussions with the developer of Olympia Hills. The intent is not to be antagonistic in any way. The approvals exist. The county has made the approvals. We, find ourselves in a situation, and we always find that it's best to work as partner communities and not as rivals. And so these discussions that we are having, we don't have any request at this time to annex into the city, but we still want to continue to talk about how do our roads line up, how do we best serve our residents and their residents, because we will be affected by each other regardless of where we sit. If the developer decides to file a petition, we will go down that road and we'll file that process. But we are not going to force someone to be part of our city or to be part of another city. I personally have seen cities in Utah that have been neighboring communities that didn't agree with one thing or another, and they've literally set up barricades in roads so that their roads can't connect. I have no intention of encouraging this body or this city to go that direction. We should think about the impacts of all of our residents as we move forward, and regardless of where we end up, we should work as partners with Olympia Hills, and we should work with them in ways to connect our streets and to better our walking routes for the schools and all the other things that come with that. I intend to continue those conversations, and if we get to the point that the developer decides they want to request an annexation, we'll go there as well. And I think this body has made it clear that we're all open to that discussion. Whether or not that happens, that comes after the fact, but we are open to that discussion. So I think that unless there's any further discussion on this item, I think that brings us to the end of this item.
Just one other quick comment, Mayor, and I apologize for doing it. But again, we all recognize the process that development has been through up to this point, and the fact that there was, a lot of strong feelings about that at the time that it was presented in the county, and some of those things. I know many of us attended those meetings, and again, I think that to your point, this is. I just want to tell the developer I appreciate them at least being open to having the conversations, and again finding whatever path forward it is that we work best together to doing so, because it was not a fun process. I think for ourselves, for the residents, and for the developer. But again, I think to your point, our goal as a council should and I think always has been, how do we move our city forward in the best way possible? And again, that is with or without this particular development in the city. We still have to have that conversation. But I appreciate them being willing to engage and to continue to engage to allow us to effectively plan moving forward.
It's always helpful when all sides work on good faith, and I think all sides are trying to work together on this. I think it's fantastic, so it's appreciated. With that, we will move on to our consent agenda. I will accept a motion on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as written.
I will second.
I have a motion, a second. Clint?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Sherry?
Yes?
I'll vote yes. That motion passes. That brings us to the end of our work meeting. Our next joint Planning Commission and City Council meeting will be on March 31st at 6 p.m. The next Planning Commission meeting will be on April 1st, and the next City Council meeting will be on April 14th. We do have the basket drive-through.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, just a clarification. Are we canceling that joint meeting and moving it to April?
We're trying to, we haven't got confirmation on that date, that's why I marked it as tentative.
Okay. I just know that.
Oh, thank you.
That's spring break around here. So
March 31st, there will not be a meeting, but
Yes.
we'll move that, look to schedule that at a different time. One of the events that we do have coming up that I think was a great success last year, and I'm looking forward to seeing how well it goes again this year, is the Basket Drive Bash, or the Basket Bash Drive-Through. Being that we can't do the Easter egg hunts that we have in the past due to the COVID, our staff came up with a wonderful opportunity for people to drive through and get some eggs and do some celebration at home. So please participate at that. That is on Wednesday, March 31st at 10 a.m. So please feel free to participate that. With that, I will accept a motion to
Work meeting?
go back into work meeting. Is that the right motion?
Yeah. Mayor, I'll make a motion that after a short recess, we adjourn our regular council meeting and reconvene in our work meeting.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 can do that.
I love pretty maps. They're even better when they're in color. All right, we will get back into our work meeting. I believe we were on item 2.3, discussion pertaining to emergency declarations relating to signage, delinquent utility counts, and business licensing. And that's going to go to Chase.
I'm back.
It's your day.
Yeah, no math this time though. So,
You sure?
yeah.
Hey, what's 4 + 4?
Yeah, we're testing my limits here. Yeah, that's why I sit next to Alan. So, as an introduction to this item, council asked, I think it was in our February 24th meeting, that we bring back a discussion on those legislative items that have been enacted related to the emergency declaration for a state of local emergency. So I went through just a brief history of what has been enacted to kind of set the stage of where we go from here and what discussion items we need to entertain here tonight. So our city manager in March of 2020, so just over a year ago, declared per state statute a local state of emergency. That local state of emergency by statute is good for up to 30 days, but it can be ratified by the city council for an extended period of time. The city council did ratify that declaration of local emergency on April 8th of 2020. We are still within a local.
I apologize if I'm interrupting, but the broadcast is on mute and I'm unable to hear anything.
That is super helpful, Steve. Thank you very much. We will.
Can you hear us now, Councilmember Shields?
I can, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right, so we were.
I'm just going to go back and touch on those items quickly. I won't do the full introduction or my math comprehension skills. So in March of 2020, the city manager declared a local state of emergency. That was good for 30 days unless ratified by the city council. The city council did ratify that declaration on April 8th of 2020. We're still operating under a local state of emergency per state statute, and that will continue until the council, by resolution, revokes that state of emergency. While in that state of emergency, the city passed 2 resolutions in which they took action related to the local state of emergency. The first resolution, they were both passed on May 13th. Let me check my timeline. Yes, May 13th of 2020. The first, Resolution 18-2020, suspended all business license renewal fees until April 30th, 2021. The second resolution that the city council passed was Resolution 2020, and that was related to the water fees. So the 2 action items within that resolution were that the reconnection fee was lowered from $75 to $35, and then the delinquent fee of 1.5% was suspended. Unlike the first resolution that the council passed, the second one doesn't have a deadline. It just states that it will be in effect until revoked by the city council. So the discussion or feedback that I'd like to receive from the council is how to proceed with, 1, our emergency declaration, 2, the Resolution 18-2020 with regard to the business license fee waiver. That, again, does have an expiration date of April 30th, 2021. So if we do nothing, it will expire on that date. And then the third item would be Resolution 2020, which was the reduction of the reconnection fee for water as well as the suspension of the delinquent 1.5% fee.
What is our current delinquency on water? I mean, the question is this that big of a deal? Are we have 100 people that don't, or that are in arrears, that are not doing anything because we're not charging them additional fee, or we just got the normal that we've been in the past?
Your question is typically how many monthly do we have delinquent?
Yeah.
That typically ranges, but it's typically between 30 and 70 depending on time of year.
And where are we at right now, roughly?
So I think the last month, or I guess the beginning of this month, I think we were at 36 this month.
The same.
So we haven't seen this affect us as as an incentive for people not, to continue to be in arrears.
No, we were concerned that might be the case, but it really hasn't risen.
So I have a couple of questions, different ones for different things. So the declaration of the state of emergency, that one is extended, or does it have a deadline on it right now?
Not have a deadline.
So
Yeah.
until
revoked by the council.
until we revoke it. Second part of that is there is, I guess, a potential, I believe I read it in there, but there is a potential that without that continuing to be in place, it could prohibit us from qualifying from some of that relief or stimulus money or whatever.
Correct. It would be my recommendation to keep that in place.
Keep that in place.
I think the best practice would be to mirror what the state does. When the state
was my
revokes that, I
question.
think would be an appropriate time to also revoke it.
Okay. With regards to the other two, I was going to ask the same question about delinquency rates on the water, and, glad to see that hasn't affected it. And I'll just give my opinions on those two. First one is with regards to the declaration of state of emergency is just what Jake said. Follow the state on that. My thoughts on the water is that I think we go ahead and set a termination date for that. Again, I think that's open, but we haven't seen, a large uptick in that, which is, again, for me, indicative of one of two things. That people aren't taking advantage of it, and two, hopefully our residents are rebounding from whatever effects they may suffer. So I think we go ahead and set that. With regards to the business licenses, for me, I think that's a different discussion. We have that set to expire end of April.
End of April.
Right now. I think that there have been some businesses that weathered the storm okay, but I think that there's been a lot of businesses that have not weathered the storm okay. And I would be in favor of again, extending that from where it's currently set to expire. Open for discussion, but I think at least at this point, potentially an easy target to set is the end of the current fiscal year we're in, June 30th, to get us a little bit further through, the vaccinations and those types of things. And again, hope to see some normalcy return. But again, I don't think that was a significant financial impact to the city. Tammy can correct me if I'm wrong in terms of the fees that were not collected. But again, I think any little thing we can do to support our businesses as they try to recover from this will go a long ways.
The only thing that I would add to that is if you're going to suspend it for a period of time, you might want to consider for an entire year, because businesses renew at separate times. So some would then receive 2 years, whereas someone
others
else would
wouldn't.
only receive 1.
That's it. Thank you. Great point.
I could draft the resolution such that a business receives up to 2 waivers of their renewal fees, if that would be something the council would like to entertain.
I would prefer that.
I would support that.
I would prefer, because I think we do want to get, I would trust your judgment on how to word that. I want to make sure we're protecting our businesses as best as possible, but we also need to start setting an expectation that it's time to come back to the table. In regards to the declaration of emergency, I would agree that we need to mimic the state, and I would ask that staff bring us a resolution once the state has ended the state of emergency. At that point, that staff draft and bring us a resolution to address it at that time. Until then, I don't think staff needs to take any further action on that particular item. In regards to the water, I'm in agreement that I think it's time to reinstate that. I think I would be comfortable with a April 31st deadline to match what was originally set on our business licenses. Basically make it a year, and then it's been a year, now it's time to reinstate those. And unless council has any strong objections to that, I've asked that staff prepare something and bring that back to us in our first meeting in April.
I thought I heard today, this afternoon, that the governor did sign having the state of emergency in April 10th?
Just the mask mandate.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay,
he did sign that
We're all
bill.
counting down the days.
trust me.
Got a chain in my office. I cut it off every
Me
day.
too. Okay, but the county might implement their own mask mandate. That's what
Absolutely, they
said
still
also.
have that option.
Anyway, yeah, I'm in support of what was said. The only other thing I would ask, and I'm not disagreeing what Councilmember Smith has said about the business things, I would like to understand what the fiscal impact is, though, just so that we are clear on that. I don't think it's going to be significant, and I do believe that we want to be supportive of those businesses, but I just want it to be clarified what the fiscal impact would be. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, if you'll just double check, that would be great. Okay.
Thanks, Alan.
So I have one question and maybe a recommendation. It might come out one way or both. So with the business license renewal waiver, your direction to me is that businesses receive maybe a total of up to two waivers, right?
I would maybe suggest that it's the waiver ends, however, a business can request a.
And that was going to be my recommendation, because there may be a situation where a business had a renewal due May 1st, when that went into place, who paid it prior to having the waiver go into effect, who then would have potentially 2 years or a year past the end of the.
So reinstate it with an addition, up to one additional waiver.
Or what I was thinking is up to two within this
time
period. Right.
I want to make it, I agree with you. I just want to make it easy for our businesses.
Right.
You know, that we don't reinstate it and they get a bill not knowing that this is available to them, you know what I mean, those types of things. So I definitely trust your judgment on how we can structure that to make it, again, easily attainable for our businesses.
I'll work on that. And what I'll do is I will bring back a resolution for the work meeting on April 10th? 14th, April 14th, and then April 28th, we could then potentially take action on that, and that would coincide with the other dates that we've discussed, if that's okay with the council.
Yes.
Yes.
That's all I have.
And I might be out of line, and direct me if I'm wrong here. As this, in regards to the emergency declaration, and I know that the county or the state is or the governor is removing the mask mandate. What is, I believe I asked last meeting for an update on what our plan was to address that. Did we not get an update from staff about the process of, are we just, is it, everybody can come in City Hall with no mask? What was the plan?
So we do have an executive order in place from Wendy Thomas, and I don't have that pulled up. That does go into effect at that time, on that date. And I can pull that up really quick and give you some details on that. Unless Cammie's got it off the top of her head.
Say, while you're doing that, I do have my February report from Alicia regarding the business license fee suspension. She said that it was $32,400 for regular business and home occupations were $6,000. So those are what those numbers were as of February.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You were right on, you said 38, and it was barely over 38.
So I have our executive order regarding masks and City Hall procedures. I could just go through that really quick. There are just a few bullets here. So, and it takes effect April 10th, the same date as the governor's lifting of the mask mandate. City employees will be required to follow these safe practices. Masks will no longer be required at work with the following exceptions: when in groups of 50 or fewer, when social distancing is not feasible. All Harriman employees will follow directives by private businesses regarding the wearing of a mask. So if we have employees who are out patronizing other restaurants or establishments, and there's a requirement to wear a mask there, we're requiring them to also follow those procedures. Employees who are sick, showing COVID-19 symptoms, or test positive for COVID-19 will be required to stay home and use personal sick time while quarantined. Employees will self-monitor for symptoms, and electronic meetings are still encouraged over in-person meetings. However, we are opening up City Hall to public meetings, and city-based training and travel may resume with approval of managers and the city manager. So it's an overview of the executive order that will go into effect April 10th. And that, do you have any questions or feedback on that? Okay.
One question I have
Yeah.
is, can't remember if we talked about it in here, but did the city opt to do any extension on the EPSLA COVID leave that was approved? I know the mandate from the federal government ended. I just can't remember what the city decided to do, because it was up to the city, obviously, of whether they extended that benefit to those who.
That's positive.
Right, and who have not previously used it.
Right. We hadn't discussed that in detail. I think that is an important thing to discuss, though.
And like I say, my recommendation would be that as part of that executive order, or maybe just an internal policy, that that the city continue to make that benefit available to those that still may become infected with COVID-19 prior to their opportunity to receive the vaccine, or whatever the case may be.
Right.
Because again, there's those that have received that benefit in the city, obviously during the pandemic up to this point, and again, I think that there still obviously is a threat and a potential for those to become infected and not receive the same benefit that other employees have, at least in the short term.
And then one other item I failed to mention. So on this agenda item, there was a portion relating to signage. The city council didn't take action via resolution on that item. That was an executive order, but we just wanted to let you know that we had previously lifted the signage regulations to allow for businesses to post A-frames and inform the public whether they were open for seating or takeout. Those, we are imposing those restrictions again, because businesses have kind of leveled, right? We've established now that most businesses are open to the public. So we will be imposing those, and that is, again, just done by executive order, and that order has been revoked.
I would ask that the first 30 days of reimposing is education, and then after 30 days, it becomes enforcement.
Thank you, that's all I had on that.
I would also ask, is there an exception for new businesses that are opening?
Michael, is there an exception for new businesses opening with regard to signage requirements or restrictions? He's coming to the microphone now, Steve.
There's never been an exception for new businesses.
So we actually are a pretty generous city when it comes to temporary signs. We allow a wide variety of signage, like for grand openings and new businesses that are opening. Under our typical standards, when we're enforcing our temporary signage, what we require, what we ask our development or our property or business owners to do is to apply for a permit. The permit has instructions that indicate that you can't place these signs on public property. They have to be on private property. And then we restrict, we have a duration limitation. And again, we're pretty generous compared to other cities when we do that. You can have signs, temporary signs up repeatedly throughout the year. So there's so many calendar days that you can have these signs. So right now, what we've been doing is we've been telling our businesses that you still need to essentially follow the temporary sign regulations, but we're not requiring permits, and we're not requiring the duration limitation. We're basically saying there's no duration limits right now. So yes, we do have lots of provisions for new businesses coming to town, but those are generally the restrictions that we have.
Thank you, appreciate that. We will move on to item 2.4, discussion and pertaining to the 2021 municipal election options. Jackie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I have done some research on election options available to us this year. As you all should know, Utah is now a vote-by-mail state completely, and so that option is available where we would have the declaration of candidacy period the beginning of June, have a primary election in August, and then the general election in November, and ballots would be mailed to every active voter for those. In Harriman, as of March 8th, we have 25,922 active voters, and the fees that are assessed from Salt Lake County, should they conduct this election, are set that way. I put in your packet the contract that Salt Lake County had offered. However, late yesterday, I received an amendment to their exhibit for their cost, but it doesn't affect the traditional vote-by-mail that cost. So that cost is $51,404 for them to not exceed amount, but they only charge for actual costs incurred. The pilot program for ranked choice voting, we do have the opportunity, if we wanted, to participate in that. I did speak with a couple of the recorders that did this in 2019 and had asked them how their opinion on how it turned out. The recorder from Vineyard is a huge advocate for using this method. She felt like it gives every candidate an opportunity that, that they're not belittling each other in the field. And, if you like one candidate, that's great, but they're looking for maybe, I would like to be your second choice option, because that's where those count. Also, the recorder for Payson City did it. I did ask each of these individuals whether or not they felt like this actually made a difference in their election. Vineyard, she told me it did not. In Payson, it did. Their elections are a little bit different because they don't have districts. It's just all large. And they were voting in 3 council members. The first did not change, however, the second and the third seats swapped. So they ended up, if they only had 2 yes, one who looked like the clear winner to begin with actually was not in the end. I did have John, I got a video from Vineyard of what they did for an educational approach, and I just wanted to share part of it as this would be relevant just on the method. But again, this city does not have districts, so it could be a little, not all of it would be applicable to Harriman. So if you wouldn't mind, John. Cross your fingers.
Vineyard is participating in a pilot program for ranked choice voting in the 2019 municipal election, the first of its kind in Utah. Ranked choice voting is different from traditional voting in that you rank the candidates on the ballot from your favorite to least favorite. Check it out. Let's say we're voting for one open spot on City Council. The candidates are blue, green, orange, red, and yellow. This first column is one voter's ballot. Their first choice is blue, second green, third red, fourth yellow, and fifth orange. The second column represents a different voter's choices. Their first choice is red, second yellow, third blue, fourth green, and fifth orange. Each column here represents a different voter's ballot. After votes are completed, the candidate who receives more than 50% of first choice votes will be declared a winner. If no candidate receives more than 50% of first choice votes, then we will proceed to round by round ranked choice voting. As you can see here, blue received more than 50% of the votes in the first round, which means they are declared the winner. But what if we're running an election for 2 open city council spots? Here's how that would work. Because blue already won, we won't include them when counting the votes for the second position. In round 1 of counting for the second position, no other color has received more than 50% of the votes. We will proceed to round 2. At this point, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated. In this case, orange must be removed. Unlike traditional voting, with ranked choice voting, the votes for the eliminated candidate, orange, are transferred to the voter's next preferred candidate. By transferring the votes from orange to their second choice, green receives more than 50% of votes to win. And what if we're going to elect somebody for a third open
John,
spot on city council?
let's stop it
Here,
there.
we'll add orange.
It gets a little bit more confusing, and where that's kind of irrelevant to us, I don't really want to kind of get into more of the technical aspects of that. Any voter does not have to ranked choice vote if they choose not to. If they want to just select their one candidate, they have that opportunity. And having ranked choice voting does eliminate the need to have a primary election, so we would just have the election in November, and we can have as many candidates on that ballot as necessary. However, with Utah law, we are only allowed to have the top, only 10 candidates are allowed to be ranked, if that makes sense. So it could open up some unanswered questions there depending on the amount of candidates to get. I don't anticipate ever seeing more than 10 candidates on a ballot, but knock on wood. It is a possibility.
Jackie, when you say 10 candidates on a ballot, you're actually talking 10 candidates for one seat.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
So 10 out of a district in our area or 10 in the mayor's race out of our
Yeah,
city.
it wouldn't be for the ballot in its entirety. It would be for District 1, District 2,
Okay,
District 3,
perfect. Thank
District
you.
4, and then a separate one for the mayoral election. This does kind of change our whole process for the election if the city chose to go with ranked choice voting, as your declaration of candidacy period would not actually be conducted until August. And so it just does change some timeframes, which is not a problem yet. We can make those work. And so what my hope is today is kind of open up that dialogue to see if you guys have a preference, whether or not we go with the traditional vote by mail process or try this pilot program of ranked choice voting. I have not heard whether or not the county would consider doing ranked choice voting in the congressional election the following year. So it may be a little bit of a challenge for voters to go from ranked choice voting in one election to just a traditional vote by mail seat there. Do you guys have any questions about the video itself or any ranked choice voting? Steve, did you have any questions?
No questions. I appreciate the presentation, Jackie. I've been asking you about this for a while. We've had kind of some dialogue back and forth. I've been doing some research on my own about it. As it applies to the city of Harriman, and as we have districts and a mayor, I'm strongly opposed to the trial or implementation of ranked choice voting in our city for this election or for subsequent elections. I think there's too much opportunity to disenfranchise voters throughout the rounds. If somebody has not completed all of their placement for all of the candidates, then they don't get a vote as the rounds eliminate. I also think that it forces somebody to cast a vote for somebody that they may be opposed to. You're still, you may put them 4th or 5th place, but you're still casting a vote in favor of somebody that you might be opposed to, and I don't like a system that does that. There's some other reasons, so I won't go into it, but for what it's worth, I'm strongly opposed.
Jackie, just for clarification, that brings up a question. So if I don't want to vote for somebody and I just vote for 1, 2, and 3 and not 4 and 5,
Absolutely, you can. If you only want to vote for one candidate, you can. You can vote for as many or all of them.
so I'm not
if you
required at any point to vote for somebody that I may not want. And
No, the only thing, when you cast your ballot, when you're ranked choice voting, you vote for your first place. If you skip your second choice individual, but then list the 3rd place, they will take your 3rd place and put it in your 2nd. However, if you say, I really don't like this person, so I'm ranking him very last, but you don't fill out the middle, they won't. If you skip more than 2nd and 3rd choices, anything that's listed beyond that will not be counted. And so if your first place choice does not get in that top tier, Councilmember Shields' point, yes, that ballot would be considered exhausted and that vote would not count, which I feel like is the same as what doing the traditional vote by mail is.
Traditional vote
That's
is.
it, yeah, that's.
And so
basically how it's
I don't, in my research, I don't see a difference between saying, okay, because it does incorporate the ability for a voter to just do the standard vote by mail process. But if they say, well, I like this candidate too, it provides them an opportunity to not vote for somebody, but they can say, I like this person a little bit better, or I see more, I align a little bit more with this individual, and it kind of helps that. When I did reach out to the other recorders about this, she said that she did see an influx of people saying, well, I'm not voting against somebody, I'm voting for somebody, and it helps with the mindset of, well, I already know this individual is gonna win, and so if I vote for somebody else, basically I'm throwing away my vote. And so they did feel like it was a positive experience to use ranked choice voting. There would be an educational component to utilize this in the city, absolutely. There is still funding that could be available for educational purposes if the city chose to do that. The state did set aside some money 2 years ago, but it wasn't all utilized, so they did hold on to those funds for cities wanting to do that. Salt Lake County, for doing a ranked choice voting election, sent new figures yesterday. To do the general election for ranked choice voting, it's $31,117. However, there is an annual licensing fee of $10,000, and they will share that cost with all of the cities wanting to utilize ranked choice voting. So if no other cities in Salt Lake County use it, it will cost $10,000 to the city if they choose to do it.
Which is still less than the overall cost for.
Yeah, so you'd just be just over 41,000, worst case scenario.
Is that do you know, is there a plan to do an even distribution of that cost to just by the cities, or is there any population base factored into that? So, you know, if it's us in Salt Lake City,
Then we would split the $10,000.
we would just split it, okay? So it's an equal distribution?
Yes, it is an equal distribution. I have been, I'm under the impression that Draper City, Salt Lake City, and Riverton are doing ranked choice voting. There's some other cities that are considering it.
Barry, what's your thoughts?
And what's our timeline to actually have to make a decision?
So House Bill 75, I'm hoping that number is correct, has just extended the date that we have to notify the Lieutenant Governor's office to May 10th.
May 10th, okay.
I prefer the traditional mail-in voting.
Okay.
You know, I've looked at both sides of this, and I think that no matter which one you choose, I think there's pros and cons to both.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, for ranked choice, if you want to look at it this way, one of the pros to those that file to run is it's not so dang long, and you don't have to go through a primary and the general election and the cost involved with it and the headache. I mean, it's a difficult process. So, I mean, like I said, there's pros and cons to it. I've been doing some talking. I've been doing some looking into it. I'm not going to say that I'm well educated on it. But at this point, again, not making a decision tonight, I'm not opposed to continuing to explore it.
I would say that's where I sit. I'm not. Steve said he was adamantly opposed. I do not fall in that category. I think that we should bring this as a discussion one more time.
Okay.
Before that deadline to make a final decision. I don't know where this council or body would fall at that point. There's a good chance that we would not. I almost like to see another year of how it goes with a few larger cities. But at the same time, I think that there's some real potential advantages to it. I will ask, in your expert opinion, because I do consider you an expert in this field, do you have any concerns that we would need to be aware of before we consider adopting this type of a pilot?
So this is an interlocal agreement that will end up, I'll bring it to the next meeting. However, it doesn't say what method we would use. It just says here, and then if we choose to do the ranked choice voting, we just have to let them know prior to that date. And so I would still move forward with approving the interlocal agreement at the next meeting, because that has no bearing on what method. It's just saying, yes, we want to utilize your services. I'm okay having this conversation, but I don't see, I'm kind of neutral on it. It doesn't matter to me what method the city chooses to go with.
See any potential adverse effects to our city by going, how could it go wrong? Is there a way that it could go wrong? Is there, I mean, if we're looking at what Councilman Day used to say, the horrible of horribles, what are we looking at if something goes completely off the rails?
In Georgia, last year, they did utilize the ranked choice voting method, and none of their winning candidates actually never received more than 50% of the votes. So then you basically would have another election with just the top 2 candidates, worst case scenario type of a thing, until one of those 2 actually got more than 50%.
Over the 50%.
So, I mean, yes, there could be. Do I anticipate seeing that? No, but I don't think anybody ever does.
But we often have candidates that win with less than 50% with our current system.
Absolutely.
I would like to continue, I'd like to have this as a discussion in our general meeting, so that if we decide to take action, or well, please bring the interlocal so that we can take action on the interlocal. Would be my intent to have a further discussion on ranked choice at that time, so that we can maybe give some directions to staff on how we want to do it at that point.
Is there any additional information that you guys would help you guys make a decision on how you would like to see this election conducted?
The only thing I would say is if there's any more, I guess, specifics of those cities that did utilize it in the pilot program. Like I say, maybe some of that, you said that one of them, it flipped those. I guess I'd like to know, again, a little bit more of the specifics of how those tabulations allowed that to occur.
I would probably like to know, I mean, one of the things I can see, and I could see people being concerned with is, well, who's getting to look at my votes and decide, and say what order I picked them in? Is somebody literally going through and seeing what I voted, making that, like, the security, how that process actually works? And I'm sure somebody's not doing that, but
Rather than just marking one bubble.
But if I was to be supportive of this, I would need to know what the process is in place to ensure that people's votes are private, as they should be, because that's the way we run in this country. And so how do we ensure that process continues with that expectation, and that there's not a concern for, well, I should be able to vote secretly?
That the ballots are not tabulated by hand, if that is what your concern is. There is machines that are purchased and software that is purchased to actually go through. As long as you mark your ballot to ensure that it's clarified what your first choice is, second choice, and so on and so forth, it will automatically tabulate that. That ballots are still secret. Nobody knows.
And I assumed that was the case, but
Yeah, they're separated, before the ballots are even open, they're separated from any identifying materials that they may have.
Just as they are now.
Just like they are done right now.
Sorry.
And we don't want a hanging Chad
I
scenario.
was choking here. The only other thing too that's a little bit concerning, and maybe it's not, but if I think about a candidate that would maybe be, if there's 5 candidates and this candidate got 49.9% of the vote, so clearly, clearly the majority of people, well,
but not
close to the majority of people, and then after several rounds, you have somebody
else
bumps up. It's just concerning to me that, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's the hang up with that type of voting, I think, is that.
I understand that.
And I see that, but I think that's also what some people would say would be the benefit.
Sure.
Is they didn't get a majority.
Yeah, for sure.
And so they shouldn't have gotten. Now, I don't necessarily know if there's a right or wrong answer.
Yeah, I don't either.
you can go back to many, examples of candidates that have won by less than 40, less than 50% in this city. So, I'm not saying there's a right or wrong. That's probably my biggest hangup right now is just the actual process of it. So that if I was decided to say that that's what we want to go, I could go to the residents and say yes and verify that it is a secure process that follows the process of law. That'd be my biggest hang up for now. Any other questions or concerns that we can address now before we let Jackie get to all of that? Steve?
At such time in the future, when this comes back before the council, I would reserve some time to maybe take 5 or 8 minutes and present some of the information as to why I would strongly oppose this. I don't think that the information of the downfalls gets shared nearly enough, and I'd like to highlight those.
I would be very appreciative of that. Like I said, I'm not 100% one way or another. I can still be swayed. I just want to go through that process. So I would very much appreciate that, Steve. All right, Jackie, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We will move on to item 2.5, general plan timeline discussion. Michael Malloy.
Good evening, and thank you again. So our consultant, Susie Pethram, actually has a short presentation for you tonight, and she's ready to engage in any conversation or questions from the City Council. I did want to mention, as the 3 council members who are here in the meeting tonight, we did provide a printed copy of the draft general plan. We also had provided to you about 2 weeks ago, again, another link to, an online link to the draft plan. I folded up an 11 by 17 of the future land use map that was inserted in there as well. I've also placed 2 copies in our Steve Shields, your box here at City Hall, as well as for Councilmember Henderson. So with that, we have our consulting has been working with our communications team, trying to figure out how we can meet the intent of the Planning Commission's direction. They were very anxious that we go back out to the community again. It's been, obviously a year of delay with COVID, and we feel like that's appropriate. It does lengthen out our timeline from where we thought we'd be even 6 months ago, but we're excited to re-engage the community and have these conversations. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Susie, and she can go through a short presentation tonight.
Great. Thank you, Michael. Hello, everyone. Just wanted to cover some of the dates that are coming up. As Michael mentioned, I've been working with John and the communications team to get some opportunities for the community to see the draft plan that you and the Planning Commission have been looking at since it was presented back in December. So just really quick where we are. The draft plan was distributed back in December at that December 16th joint Planning Commission and City Council work session. We circled back and met with the Planning Commission on February 4th to review and evaluate the feedback that came out of that meeting and city staff's review of the draft plan and some of the recommended revisions to that draft plan. From there, that revised draft plan has been distributed to the City Council, and then we have been working on that strategy for getting out to inform the public, help them understand the draft plan, and engage them in some dialogue about where the draft plan is before it goes into the Planning Commission's review and approval process. So we've got 6 different meetings that are scheduled for April, a combination of in-person and virtual meetings. And before that happens, John and his team are working to record some short videos that present the key concepts of the general plan so that we can get those posted and just give people multiple opportunities and venues and platforms to learn a little bit more about the general plan. From a timeline perspective, what's next after that? Once those meetings end in April, we will start to assemble and process that feedback. That's the feedback that comes from the community at those meetings online there's a comment form that the city has set up on the website. Also, any feedback from the city council in your review of the plan that was presented back in December, or the version that's been handed out tonight, and links that have been provided previously, as well as any additional feedback from the Planning Commission and city staff as we work through this. Our target date for getting back to the Planning Commission is on their May 20th scheduled meeting, where we'll take all of the feedback that's been reviewed and evaluated and consolidated into key themes, and work with the Planning Commission to make those updates as recommended, and then proceed to the public hearing stage. For those of you that appreciate more of a calendar viewpoint, we've just outlined some of those key dates on monthly calendars. The items that are outlined in bold are dates that are set or anticipated. We're here tonight on the 24th. Some of the other meetings that we've noted are just opportunities for you as the council or the Planning Commission, between now and when it gets to the Planning Commission public hearing. These are opportunities for you to review the draft, talk about it in your work session if that seems helpful, or just continue reviewing it individually and providing comments. So just wanted to go through sort of month by month those key dates. There is that joint session next week that you have with the Planning Commission. Might be just a good time to kind of acknowledge where we are with the Planning Commission, and they can let you know. A couple of them have been helping us out with recording those videos to inform the public. Moving into April, I know John and his team are targeting April 1st for releasing the first of those videos that break down the general plan into just some 1 to 2 minute sound bites covering the key topics. Get those out to the public so that they can start to listen to those before we kick off the events in mid-April. Our first one is a virtual only event on the 12th, and then we have 4 in-person events between the 17th and the 24th, trying to pick different locations so that we get around to the different neighborhoods and areas of the city, and then concluding with another online event on the 26th. During that time, there's 2 different work sessions that the City Council has on the 14th and the 28th, and those are opportunities for discussing the plan amongst yourselves. And then looking into May, that last event on April 26th, we want to leave the links for the presentations and the information up for the public over that next week and a half, and then put sort of a hard stop date for May 6th as far as getting comments back to us for processing to present to the Planning Commission on May 20th. So that gives us a week to go through those comments and get all the information into the Planning Commission's packets on the 13th so that they can be ready to review everything, consider the different types of feedback, what revisions might be made related to that feedback, and then make a final recommendation to any updates to that plan before it goes into their public hearing. The June agenda, they've got a meeting on the 3rd, but because of the noticing for public hearings, probably the first opportunity for a public hearing would be at their June 17th meeting, and that is just dependent on the extent of the feedback and the recommendations and revisions made to the draft plan from where it is today. So that covers the main dates. Wanted to turn it back to you for any comments and input, and see if Michael has anything else to add to what we've talked about already.
Doesn't look like we have any input from Michael.
A few questions, if I may.
Go ahead, Steve.
I'd like to confirm something. Is the adoption and implementation of a new general plan a legislative decision by the City Council?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then I have a serious concern with this timeline, especially after what was just presented, and I apologize if this comes out a little more stern than I intended, but what you're saying is that you're going to consolidate all of the public opinions and have that done by May 6th, and then May 20th, it's going to go to the Planning Commission for a work session. That gives us from May 6th to May 20th for the City Council to sit down and discuss the entire general plan, all of the public input, all of the Planning Commission input up to that point, and then give our recommendations before it goes to a work session of the Planning Commission. I'm completely flabbergasted that that is all the time that the City Council is being asked to consider this.
So Steve,
That is really not cool with me.
Steve, I think that the process, once it gets a recommendation from the Planning Commission, we then go through that same process of reviewing it and making a public hearing and going through the approvals. Michael, would you mind coming up and speaking to what our role is in this, please?
The timeline and the process.
No, with
oh,
this outline, there's only one meeting in June, maybe 2 meetings in June, in which there's a possibility for us to have post-Planning Commission discussions. That's really an incredibly short period of time in which the City Council can effectively review and give comment on a general plan.
Michael, would you go to to speak to that, please?
Yeah, so essentially what our consultant has outlined is the process of engaging and responding to the Planning Commission, the general public, and meeting the public hearing noticing requirements. Once the Planning Commission has made their recommendation to the City Council can take as much time as they would like in reviewing the general plan, making further changes to the general plan, and essentially making the legislative decision on the proposed general plan. Now, I wasn't on staff when this happened, but I understood that there were concerns at the last general plan amendment where those changes, those types of changes did happen between Planning Commission and Council. But I think the concern that we had is we didn't end up having a second hearing with the City Council on those latest changes to the general plan. So although it's not required by state law, it's not required by city code, I think it would be appropriate if the council did have a second hearing on the general plan, assuming that the City Council makes a number of changes to the plan. That would seem like that would be appropriate. I've worked for other cities where they routinely had Planning Commission and City Council public hearing on these legislative matters. That's not what we do. That's not what we have in our process, and it's not required by state code. But the City Council will have as much time as you would like to have on working on the general plan amendment. The goal here is how do we get the Planning Commission to give you a recommendation so that now it's in your hands to do what you want with it. Now, having said that, Commissioner Shields, if you want more time with the Planning Commission, I'm sure we're amenable to that. I do have a little bit of concern so far. This project, even though it's been longer than we've expected, it still has been within budget. These additional meetings that the Planning Commission had requested, and I think because of COVID, there may be some good reasons why we're doing some extra reach out. I'm anticipating that this is going to be an increase to our budget on the project, but like I said, so far we've been within budget.
I know Steve just gave some very
we love the passion,
passionate thoughts, and I am grateful to Councilman Shields for that. I also feel very strongly that we need to get this before us.
Yes.
And so for me, I've been waiting for this for 3 years. This has been way too long for this to come to us. And so I'm to the point where I think some of the pressure that the consultant has been feeling is coming from myself and other council members of saying, we need to get this before us so that we can finally take action on it. So I think part of what has happened is that there is a push to get this to the Planning Commission for them to be able to look at it, to review it, to give their input, and then send a recommendation on to us, which I'm expecting. I mean, frankly, I'm frustrated that's going to be June before we get one. Because once again, we're 3 years into this process, And I find that absurd, frankly, that we're 3 years into the process and we're just now finally getting it.
Yeah, and I would echo that concern. I know we can use COVID as somewhat of an excuse here, but that's only been for a year, and we literally are 3 years into this process. And I guess the other frustrating thing for me, and it may just simply be the process, is that it feels like it goes before Planning Commission for a long, long, long time, and then it all of a sudden comes to City Council. It feels like, and I know we've had the joint meetings, and I appreciate that, but it feels like it should come to us much earlier than that. If we're the ones that have to make the decision on it, it feels like somehow we should be deliberating and having more in-depth work meetings as a city council on it before it goes through such a long process.
Admittedly, a lot of city councils don't. They don't get involved with the general plan until it's been referred to them by the Planning Commission. Now, having said that, if the city council wants to set aside time and work with our consultant on the draft, I'm sure we can accommodate that.
Do you know why that is? Why they don't get involved, or what would be the reasoning behind that?
Because you get the final word, and the Planning Commission is the recommending body. And so essentially, city councils typically just allow the Planning Commission to do their part, knowing that it's going to come to you, and you can do whatever you want with it after they make their recommendation.
I see. I guess sometimes I just get a little bit worried, like, if they go down a path and put so much work into it, and then it comes to us and we go, no, that's not what we were thinking, do it again. I hate to see that. Do you know what I'm saying? It worries
Good point.
me about wasting time.
But what we're trying to do is not just create a plan by 7 or 8 or 9 planning commissioners and a handful of staff. This is a plan that we've been reaching out and have had hundreds and hundreds of public comments, if not thousands of individual points of comment. Sure. That's what is really formulating the general plan. I mean, yes, you all are also experts. You are so deeply committed to this city. You also have a voice, and a very expert voice, and that needs to be part of the process. Again, I think our consultant, if the council is willing to set aside time to focus on the plan, even before the Planning Commission makes a recommendation, there's nothing wrong with that. We just need the opportunity, if that's what the council wants.
I guess I would ask you guys, is that, I don't really absolutely know exactly the right process, but it feels like we're kind of disconnected a little bit from it, but maybe that's the way the process goes.
I think Michael states it correctly. I think there is some value to being slightly disconnected from it. However, my frustration is what we said earlier. We are 3 years into this. We are not 3 years disconnected.
It's been essentially 3 years since the whole, we did not adopt the general plan, or we did not let it become effective. This contract is not 3 years old.
That's true, but in one of our very first meetings, as one of my first meetings as mayor, we said, we're going to start this general plan process. And that's not the staff that's in this room's fault.
Yeah.
But there is a lot of frustration that's coming from us because we're trying to, and please understand.
Very understandable.
We want this process to move forward, and so that's where that frustration is coming from. So what I would like to see personally, I'm totally fine with this calendar and the dates and the outreach, and I appreciate our Planning Commission's commitment to ensuring that our public has had as much input as possible, because frankly, this is one of the things that got me into city governance in the first place. And so this is an extremely important process, and they should absolutely be pushing for that, and I respect that, and I'm glad they are. I would also ask that this is the timeline, and that come June, we have something in front of us that we can spend, if we need to, a couple of months getting approved before we have to go on to everything, start the next legislative session and everything else that goes along with it, so that we can get this done and on the record and in the plan moving forward. And that's a part of that frustration. We're not looking to rush this. We haven't rushed this. We're looking to move forward and create a process that everybody, including developers and residents, know what our plan is for the next however many years. So that's where that's coming. And if that came out at you, Michael.
Oh, no, not at all.
Or staff.
Not at all.
That's not intended. And we would apologize if that was the case. But our passion is becoming frustration, and that's not a place we want to be. So we're asking that we speed this up so that we can continue it as a passion and not as a frustration.
Yeah, and I love it. I love it. I love the passion. I love the concern. I think we're going to create a general plan that's going to have more effect at guiding and influencing development in this city than we've ever had before. I honestly believe that. And part of that is how we're administrating the general plan. We've demonstrated that by some recent zoning amendments that have come before you. Have tried to demonstrate that. In the past, perhaps we haven't really been looking at not only the map, but the text. Sometimes we've just have been kind of moving forward, you know, with expediency, with good customer service. But we need to be thinking more holistically. And I think the general plan is an opportunity to do that. If we value it, if we use it enough, it can be that guiding tool that will have impact and influence.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you with the language, too. A lot of times people only do exactly what you're saying. Oh, this is the map. No, the general plan is, the language is just as important, if not more important than the map.
But I got kind of wordy there. Do you have any thoughts that you'd like to add or share?
I think a lot of the same thoughts have already been expressed, so I won't belabor the point. I mean, I think we're all in a space that we're anxious to complete the process. That being said, I don't think any of us want to rush it unnecessarily either. We want to make sure that it has its due timeline and eyes of the public on it. Having sat again on the other side on Planning Commission for several years and going through the process, again, knowing that it comes to us for the last word, I don't have, I guess, as much concern as maybe some of the others as far as not being a little bit removed from it to allow it to take that process, because having been through it, I do know that those comments are being incorporated and reviewed by the Planning Commission as well. To Sherry's point, I think there always is a potential of, again, them maybe heading down a path that may not be in alignment with the rest of the council. But again, I think we've had enough discussions on it, and we have enough experience on our Planning Commission of those that have been around long enough to understand. I think our views are fairly aligned in that respect. And so, again, I just want to see it, this timeline that's been laid out before us, really held to, and get it before us. So again, we can take the necessary time that we feel it's due in order to get it approved.
And I appreciate your leadership and support in making sure that that happens too. So thank you.
My request for staff is that we put anticipated dates. If we can't stick to them, that's fine, but if we don't have a date, it just keeps getting pushed back. So let's put anticipated dates on all of these meetings that we expect that this will happen. If we have to adjust it later, that's fine. And it will probably be what we have on the calendar, but I heard a lot of, well, then this is the next one that we could do it at. Let's say this is the next one that we intend to send it to. And then if we need to make adjustments, if the Planning Commission decides to table it, great, they table it, and then we push it back meeting. But I would much rather have dates to strive for than just a guess of when we're gonna have it come to us.
I would just always have to throw out this caveat that my comments had absolutely no ill intent towards staff or anybody involved in it, and the same with the Planning Commission. I 100% respect what they do and the process they go through. It's just confusion about the process and best use of everyone's time was my concern.
We all want to be done. We also want it to be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, agreed.
Because who knows who's sitting here in this time next year, and it needs to be done. We need to move on so that this isn't something that, whoever it is, we can get on with the business of the city.
Right. Thank you.
And if I can just add a follow-up comment here, my apologies if it came across a little strong. I think there's a double-sided frustration here. One is the length of time that it's taken to get to this point, and then there is, I think Sherry articulated it, just a feeling of a disengagement with a process that's already taken a long time. I think that what you're hearing, I know from myself, and I think from the other members of the council, is we do take this seriously. We are passionate about the quality of this plan and the impact that this plan will have on the city over the next 3 or 4 years. And we just want to make sure that we're having it soon, but also that we have enough time to do our job and allow everybody else a good time to do their job too.
Absolutely agreed.
You know, it's very possible with the quality of the planning commission we have and the people that are involved in getting this together, they could come before us, you know, after the May 20th, and we look at it and go, holy cow, this is fantastic. They've done such a good job. We don't have many suggestions or corrections to make. And that's entirely feasible. Or we could get into it and go, you know, as Sherry said, boy, we were thinking a totally different direction, and now we're going to delay it even longer to make some, you know, readdress some of those things. So perhaps that's a little just thinking out loud and a little rambling, but I just wanted to make sure that you understood kind of where these feelings and thoughts are coming from, and that it's not a profound criticism. It's just an expression of, boy, we want to get this right.
Right. I'll share with you just one little insight, Councilmember Shields and the rest of the city council. And I don't know why this happens, but every city I work in, it seems like the most energized portion of the public comment period always happens at the very end. Of course. Like it comes in right before you're trying to make your decisions. And I'm like, where have you been for the last 6 months or 8 months or 2 years, whatever it is? Like, but so be prepared. I'm sure once this lands in your lap, you're going to get a lot of comments from our residents and development partners.
And we welcome them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. We appreciate your efforts and all of staff's efforts on this item.
We could always just double up the general plan on an item where there's just the mention of chickens, and we'll get everybody.
Yeah, everybody will be here.
That's right.
Backyard chicken. All right, or deer. That's the other one.
Yeah.
The deer. Discussion, item 2.6, discussion related to the transfer of ownership of breathing air compressor to the Unified Fire Authority. Alan.
Thank you. We've been asked by UFA to bring this to you, but what's happened is over the course of some years, as they have built and equipped fire stations, they've equipped them with these high-pressure air compressors that are highly filtered and clean air so that they can fill their tanks that they use for their breathing apparatus. And there was a time when they had one at every one of the stations, so our station had one of these compressors. Over time, they're contracting that into a smaller number so that they have regional ones. Rather than having one at each station, they just have them at periodic stations so that they can take the tanks to regional areas to fill them. So the question really comes down to here, are we going to demand our ownership of one of those tanks, or are we just going to allow it to stay with UFA? And here's some of the things about it. The one from our station originally was bought in 2013, so it's 8 years old. They expect that they have a 10-year life, though I see that UFA is still using a few that are even much older than the 10-year life that they project. We have 15 more years before the properties all just come to us because we have to pay off the bond first, which we're assuming as we take it. So the equipment's can be well used out long before we would take ownership anyhow. But the UFA is looking for us to say it's okay if we just allow them to use it at their other locations. They will still be filling the tanks for our station all the way along this whole period of time. So that's the question. Do we allow this? Right now, it's in the ownership of UFSA, and they want to transfer it to UFA. And we would have a share of an ownership in one of them if we chose to claim that.
How much of a share would we have?
Well, right
Can I
now,
ask a clarifying question first, Alan?
Okay.
If I remember the first time that this item actually came up, it was in regards to transfer of the station and the bond for Station 123. And the ownership was one piece of it, but if I remember correctly, the piece of equipment was actually financed in the station bond itself.
They believe it was. They can't really pin that down, but yeah, they think it was part of the bond. So we will be paying for it. So the question really is, are we going to demand that they go get this piece of equipment, move it back to our station, or are we just going to use it wherever it is and not claim the ownership in it?
So it is not currently at the station?
No. It is currently at
252.
Station
It's in Eagle
252.
It's in Eagle Mountain.
And
Value of one of these?
UFA estimates,
5,000.
estimates it would cost $3,000 to bring it back. But they've moved it to a station, and this happened before we were part of this discussion, but they want us to talk about it just because it possibly was part of the bond
When was it moved?
the bond was done in 2016, I think it was.
When was the tank moved?
It was removed prior to our withdrawal from UFSA.
Oh, yeah.
It was moved before we said that we were leaving.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what they've done is they had essentially one of these machines at every station, and they are in the process of paring it down to 12 total located at different places so that they all get used. Because apparently they don't get used a lot, and some of them weren't getting used at all. And so I guess from my point of view, we're still going to use it for the rest of its useful life, but other people will be using it as well. So, you know, we could claim ownership, bring it back, but
We still technically own it.
Yeah.
It would just reside
Yeah,
at
we
Station
still
252.
technically own it, but it will be sitting out at a regional location.
Rather, we're in the process of purchasing it back.
Yeah.
If it was in fact purchased through the bond for Station 123.
But we do have 15 years left on the bond,
Yeah.
so it's not likely it's going to have any value left when we get to the end, even if we do. But, you know, that's the discussion, and they wanted to see what the council's feeling was on
Clint, what's your
what we
thought?
do with it.
Well, I mean, obviously having a little bit of the history up there, I'm fairly certain it was as part of the bond of the station. Again, there was use on it there, but I guess you can look at it that regardless of the fact that it's been moved, you know, in the meantime, it's probably, I think there's one at Station 121 just down off of, you know, 40th West and 126. So the crews will still be benefiting from a different one other than this one. Again, their life, they're not cheap pieces of equipment, but again, when you look at it in terms of the life of the bond and again, what value at the end of that life, if we do require it to come back and be part of the station, you know, is there any value to it at the end of that? Pretty hard to say at this point. But as a regional asset like they're viewing it, it's probably not a big enough issue to really honestly worry over because the crews are going to continue to get the benefit of whether it's the one that's sitting in Eagle Mountain or one that's closer to them, they're going to get the benefit out of it through its useful life. So
With our contract with UFA,
yes,
we would be under contract to let them use it anyhow,
Yeah.
regardless of where
Yeah.
it's sitting.
So does it matter if we transfer ownership? Can we just leave it like it is and leave it where it is and not worry about any of it?
Ownership's just transferring from UFSA to UFA.
Mm.
The issue really is where the equipment resides at that point.
But would we still own
If we were
it?
to pay off the bond and this piece of equipment still had some useful life left in it, it would come to us, right? So the question really is, are we okay with it being where it's at? And like Alan described, we're still essentially, and Councilmember Smith, we're still essentially receiving the same usefulness. We have access to these required BACs. And
So hypothetical, let's say 2 years from now, city council decides that we want to start our own fire department. Do we have the option to get it then?
Do we have the option to get that piece of equipment?
To make them bring that piece of equipment to us at that point?
Yeah, we do.
We do.
Okay.
Just not giving away ownership, we're just saying, yeah, just leave it there.
They're just transferring it from UFSA to UFA because it's an asset management component for them.
So for me, as long as we still retain the right to, I weren't no plans to do that at this point, but if in the future the council decided they wanted to start their own department, we could get that piece of equipment back, then I'm fine with them doing whatever on the asset management
You
plan.
know, the only reason this is even coming up is because UFA owns all the rest of the equipment. UFSA owned the buildings, with the exception of these pieces of equipment.
yeah.
Now they're saying, you know, we want to move that, but technically, Harriman's got a claim on one of them, and so we just want to make sure what the feeling of the council is.
In our response to UFA and UFSA, would we please, and Chase, I'm going to look for you to do this, please make sure that it's clear that we intend to reserve our right to that equipment. However, we intend to let them utilize it if, you know, however they see fit for the time being.
Yep.
And if we do that, I'm fine with whatever whatever they need. Sherry, did you have any thoughts, or
No, I feel the same.
Steve, do you have any thoughts or input on that?
No, not at this point.
Okay, awesome. We will move on to 2.7, Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District Contract Update Discussion. Justin, I know you've been sitting back there all night for something.
Pretty looks.
I've just been anxiously awaiting my turn. So over the last several months, we've had many discussions about the contract in general, talking about through the water efficiency standards. And now that the council has passed the water efficiency standards, we've been working with Jordan Valley to update the contract. And we feel like we've come to a good point where we wanted to present it to you before we took it back to Jordan Valley to finalize the details and then bring it back for adoption. So I just wanted to go through and highlight a few of, maybe just explain the agreements a little bit, and then talk about kind of our plan moving forward and how we came to the conclusion on the amounts. So we are under a take-or-pay contract, and what that means is whatever our minimum contract is set at, whether we use that amount or use less, we still pay the same amount. So it's important to try and set that minimum amount at where we think we'll get to, so we're not paying for water we're not using. Part of the contract also allows for a 20% overage of the minimum contract. And so essentially, it allows for an extra 20% on top of what our minimum contract is, and it gives us a little buffer, right, so that we can take a little more water. The rates can be the rates can be adjusted as the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District Board approves them, and typically they've been annually. And we've seen them range from 0% up to, I think, 3 or 4% over the last several years to Harriman City. The contract terms, the minimum contract is perpetual, but we also have contracted water through Zone A and Zone B, and I'll describe those in a little more detail, where that water comes from. But each of those have some sunset clauses on those, and that water, and like I said, I'll explain where that water comes from in a little more detail. So it also defines points of delivery and flow rates, and then it's also subject, this new agreement is subject to the water efficiency standards, which we've already adopted. Here's some more detail about our existing contract. It was last amended in May of 2013. Our existing contract amount is 2,667 acre feet, and just to let you know, there's 325,851 gallons per acre feet, and that's essentially an acre of land with 1 foot of water on top is how they calculate that. The minimum contract is 1,000 acre feet. The Zone A water, we have 667 acre feet, and the Zone B water, we have 1,000 acre feet. The Zone A water comes from Bingham Canyon Water Treatment Plant, which is up off of U-111, and that is managed by Kennecott. They have an agreement with Jordan Valley. They pump water out of the aquifer that was contaminated by Kennecott, send it through an RO treatment plant, and then it's provided back into Jordan Valley's water system. The Southwest groundwater water treatment plant is located at the Jordan Valley Administration Building off 1300 West, and that is fed by several underground wells, goes through an RO process and is treated. That's also due to some contaminated plume water from Kennecott's operations over the last 100 years. The proposed contract we're looking at would be a contract amount of 5,867 acre feet. We would essentially just increase our minimum contract from the 1,000 to 4,200 acre feet, and the other two would stay the same. The other two the amounts of water are already set on those other Zone A and Zone B. They've already met their full contract amount, so we can't increase those at all.
Can we, so, I'm sorry, can we go back one more? I saw there were different dates on the contract length.
Yeah, so they were made at different times. So the agreements and the dates on those, where were those dates? Back here. So those dates are agreements between Jordan Valley and other entities. It's not
So
necessarily
we don't have any
with
control
us.
over that.
But that water in the agreement is only available to member agencies up until that date. Now, there's clauses in the agreement that allow us to still keep that contract, our minimum contract at that time. We can just move it if they extend those Zone A and Zone B contracts. We can extend those, or we can just go back and change it to a minimum amount.
So okay, that was my concern is.
Yeah, so the water's not gonna
I know
run
it's
out.
25, 20, 30 years from now, but I just want to make sure that we're planning ahead for.
Yeah,
water.
it describes options on how we can move that to other
Okay,
con.
awesome, thank you. Then that resolves my concern, thank you.
Okay. So here's a little bit of our historic water use and costs. So in 2016, you can see we were just over 3,000 acre feet, and we've grown rapidly all the way up to where we, in 2020, we used just over 6,000 acre feet. So the general contract, which is for the minimum contract and the Zone B water, is reflected in those rates under the general column. And then the Bingham Canyon Water Treatment Plant, we get at a reduced rate. So that's described there. And you can see we've had some fluctuations up and down. And I apologize, Councilmember Orn, this is probably repetitive to you.
No, that's good.
So you understand them well. So Jordan Valley sets their rates based on peaking factors from each entity. And so basically the cost will increase a little percentage here or more depending on your peaking factor. So that's why they've ranged up and down. It's kind of how we've managed our water to try and keep our peaking factor low over the years. One thing I want to point out is the Block 1 and Block 2 rates. So the Block 2 rates are fairly new. They were just recently adopted by Jordan Valley. And so the Block 2 rates come into effect if you exceed your minimum contract amount plus the 20%. So that's going to be important as we talk here in a little bit. Keep in mind, as you can see, it's almost double the amount of our contract amount. So here's just kind of showing all around what we've purchased from Jordan Valley, what we've produced ourselves in culinary, and what we've produced ourselves in secondary, which gives total acre feet of historic water use since then. So you can see we've essentially kept our culinary production similar because we haven't really added wells or new sources. So that's stayed fairly consistent over the last 5 years. We've increased our secondary quite substantially, but our Jordan Valley contract has obviously increased. So future projections. So how I calculated this is I went back and took a 5-year average of per capita water use. And I used that 5-year average to try and project further into the future. Last year was an unseasonably warm. Obviously, we know that through the summer. You can see that based on our water use. 2019 was seasonally low. We had a lot of water in the spring, wet weather. And so I decided to take a 5-year average to try and determine what these needs would be. So as you can see, we'll increase our source on Harriman incrementally. We don't anticipate bringing on any new culinary sources. So the increase you see there is essentially just in expanding our secondary service area. And then you can see there with so the Jordan Valley number includes what our contract amount would be with the 20%. I've kept that flat across the board, but as you can see, if we move forward with my recommendation, this first year, based on what our projected usage is, I think we'll stay within that contract amount. But as you can see in 2022, it's getting very close. And so if we stick with this, I anticipate that we'll end up needing to make these increases annually in our contract. So here's some recommendations and some alternatives to take into consideration. As you can see, my recommendation there that I've already spoke to. I will say this is fairly aggressive because we are counting on that 20%. But one thing I wanted to take into account is I wanted to make sure that we weren't leaving water on the table and that I feel comfortable that we might not go over that 20% and pay those Block 2 rates. And so we'll closely monitor that. So some alternatives, we can just maintain our current contract. There's some risks to that. Water may not be made available if we have a drought because Jordan Valley is only obligated to meet our contract plus 20%. And then also with that, if we have extreme drought, they don't even have to meet our 20%. It's just our minimum contract. And then obviously if we go over our contract amount plus 20, we are subject to the Block 2 rates. We can amend the contract to something less than what we've recommended, but we still have similar risks there. We can amend the contract to what's being recommended, or we can maybe take a more conservative approach and go a little bit higher to where we're not depending on that 20% to meet our demand. So I think that's my last slide. So questions?
No, I would say I'm probably in favor of taking your recommendation. I think that staff has done a fantastic job in years past trying to make sure that we meet our requirements and our needs of our community without overcharging them. So I'm comfortable with your recommendation.
I'll just say I appreciate all your work, Justin, in putting this together and making it in a format that I can understand. I think in the climate that we're in right now, where the state is under really extreme drought conditions right now, and we do know that water, the resource is going to become more and more valuable in terms of its availability. I think the best approach is the more aggressive approach in that we're watching it closely. It's going to require close monitoring and frequent amendments, but I think that we have to do that to ensure that we're being responsible with the use of that precious resource, that we're not taking advantage of and we're leaving water on the table, as it were, and not using it. And again, unless we see some drastic changes in our climate and those types of things, I just don't see that there's really a more responsible approach to take than the one that you've recommended.
You have to be able to look into a crystal ball for this job, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Because if you threw out last year and you threw out 2019, maybe you could come up with a better average, but who knows what next year will bring. So yeah, no, I appreciate this approach. We definitely don't want to get into the Block 2.
Yeah.
But we definitely also don't want to
Have we done an
overcommit.
analysis on at what point buying extra acre footage is worse than having a Block 2 rate?
Well, so that's what I tried to do here is tried to take that in consideration as far as taking the 5-year average and then trying to fit that middle. As you can see, our minimum contract amount that I'm looking for now is less than what we took last year.
Okay.
And so in hopes we don't have a super dry summer. If that's the case, obviously we can put restrictions in, obviously with the governor's order.
I think there's if we're at that point, I think there's a responsibility of every resident to let their grass die so that people have water for their homes.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll be really glad every board meeting not to see Harriman this far past our contract amount.
I see that as well.
It's almost like that's why they changed things. Do you have the direction you need, Justin?
I do. So I'll work with Jordan Valley to finalize this and then bring it back to the next board, the next council meeting when it's ready to go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We will move on to item 3, which is
Justin.
any budget reports. Alan?
You're great at reading crystal balls.
Well, he has one. Like me.
Just want to give a quick update. A couple of weeks ago, we met with our budget committee, which included Sherry and Clint, and kind of went over some of the market things that we're seeing as far as wages and projections of major revenues. Talked about some of the goals that we had for our budget. We've now, since that meeting, met with each one of our departments and have reviewed their requests. The requests that have come in from the managers this year have been very conservative. We haven't seen the kind of requests this year that we've seen in previous years. I believe that in the general fund, there is one new employee requested in our facilities. And then there's an intern, a very part-time intern in addition to that in the planning department.
Are we not requesting additional officers?
That's general fund. In our police, are asking for 3 sworn and 2 civilian. And then the water department is asking for 5, 2 of which would be half year, where they'd start in January instead of now. We do have a total of about $2.4 million in vehicles and equipment that are requested this year. Most of that is vehicles that are due to be replacements. So it's a very good budget. As I've reported to the council recently, in a normal year, we have about $2 million left over from the general fund to go to capital projects. We're looking at about 3 in this budget. As I say, the managers have come in very conservative with their asks this year. It's been pretty easy actually going through the departments because we're not seeing much increases. So at our next meeting, you'll get the full budget and we'll start the process of the review at that point.
Yay.
We will plan on having another meeting with our budget committee sometime between now and the 14th of April to give you an update prior to the council meeting. So,
Thank you, Alan. We appreciate that.
Just a
Go ahead.
quick comment. Obviously, as we went into this current fiscal year budget and the uncertainty that surrounded it, I just want to commend our staff for doing a tremendous job, not only in working through the uncertainty that was caused by the pandemic, but really keeping that same mindset as they've proposed their budgets for next year and really being very fiscally minded in terms of their asks and really helping to make us, make our jobs much easier as the body that has direct oversight of the money. So please pass that on to staff. I'll just say that the one thing Alan brought up in there, vehicle replacement and the amount that was 2.4 that was tagged on that right now, that is an item that we discussed in our budget committee meeting and have asked for basically, continual look at our budget replacement policy and what is that right turnover time, to make sure that, again, we are being fiscally mindful with those tax dollars as it comes to the fleet of the city. So we'll continue to look at that as well.
I would add to what you're saying there, just to clarify for Clint and Sherry. The police had told us they had a plan of replacing their vehicles every 3 years. And that may be their plan, but in reality, we're 4 to 5 years on those. And so we are actually more in line with what we talked about when we were there. So unlike what they said, the reality of the experiences, and we've met with, Monty's already gone, but Monty has a spreadsheet that he puts together that takes the cost of the maintenance, the mileage, the
I've seen
years,
it. It's intense.
a whole bunch of things, and gives points to when it should be done. And in reality, the police vehicles do come up more often than some of the others, but they are hitting in the 4 to 5 year range rather than the 3-year goal that the police had originally set. So.
Yeah, we just got to keep that extra eye on the cops. You just never know.
They tell me that about the fire, but I'm just saying.
We all know the truth, Alan.
I know there was some discussion back and forth about crossing guard costs. Is there, can you maybe go into what that request was a little bit more?
Well, with the crossing guards, we just know that we have $8,000 per crossing guard every year, and that's a growing cost. Now, Jonathan can probably tell us better, but they've been looking at the crossings and reducing them down to just the required number so that we can see if we can't manage that a little better. But, you know,
So school district puts in a school, we have to pay for all the crossing guards.
Yes.
Alan, I did reach out to Representative Pruitt, and she is looking into that legislatively, maybe reaching out to Representative Pulsifer and stuff and see what we can do about maybe, you know, even in looking into some of your suggestions to where it's shared versus the different cities that the kids come from and those types of things, because a lot of our schools are simply right on the border of other cities, and we bear the full cost of that. And we fully intend to try and make our kids safe by providing those types of things. But where there's a legislative mandate on those types of things, let's look at it and see if we can get some assistance with that.
one thing that might be something to consider is where I came from, the school district provided costs, student numbers coming from each city, and each city then contributed their share.
Yeah, I mentioned that to
And
Representative Pruitt.
we have cities here that don't have a share on some of that. so.
I mean, how many high schools do we have in our city that are right on our board, literally on the physical border?
So, you know, that may be something that would help, but
Okay.
it's not only crossing guards, it's the same issue with our school resource officers. The district pays us $45,000 for an officer. Doesn't come very close to covering our costs, so.
All right, thank you, Alan. We appreciate that. We will move on to item 4, which is the leadership task list written reports. Any discussion that we need to have on that?
Just what we already
Just what we already discussed earlier. Fantastic. 4.1 is a report on elevation differences between properties. Jonathan? Oh, okay. Are we good on that item, or do we want Jonathan to come speak on it?
I thought the information that was provided in the packet was clear. I mean, it's a challenge. It's one of those things that we're going to have between developments from time to time, but I appreciated the explanation. It made it much more clear to myself as far as how we end up with some of those elevation challenges and differences in the process has to go through to look at it.
I mostly just thought you hadn't been up here enough. Okay, with that, I will accept a motion to go out of work and into closed as stated. Is that sufficient? Please, Steve. Unfortunately, Councilman Shields, it's not on the agenda, and so unfortunately, we did not notice it properly, so we can't talk about it outside of closed session. That might be something we add for a future agenda so that we can have that discussion, but it would be inappropriate at this time to have that conversation. I appreciate the willingness and importance of keeping the public informed, and I would be supportive of putting that on a future agenda. With that, I would accept a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make a motion to temporarily recess the city council meeting to convene in closed session for the purpose to discuss the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. Do we have litigation, Jace?
We have property.
Okay. Pending a reasonable imminent litigation, the purchase, exchange, or lease of real property as provided by Utah Code annotated 52-4-205.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Sherry?
Yes.
Clint?
Yes.
Steve? So you are aware that by abstaining, it is recorded as a no vote, correct?
But will we be allowed?
Okay.
We have enough?
And I will vote yes, so that motion passes, and we will move into closed session. Thank you.